the post-neutrality track for this conference. So what I want to do very quickly is go over the format of what this is going to look like today, as well as some rules of the road for our panelists and moderators. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lenkes, who is going to give some opening remarks before we get into the first session. So the first thing I just wanted to do is really thank all of our fantastic and phenomenal sponsors that you can see listed on the slide. I don't want to eat up the first 10 minutes that we've afforded to this part of the presentation reading out all of the names, but I will give a moment just so that you can see all of the fantastic individuals and organizations who are supporting us in putting on these 4 symposia. So thank you so much again to all of these institutions and organizations for your support. So in terms of today's agenda, this is what the agenda is going to look like. Essentially, it is comprised of 4 sessions. What we did as an editorial team for post-neutrality is we reviewed accepted abstracts and we grouped them thematically into 4 larger thematic categories. And then from there, we divided up our schedule so that we could accommodate discussion centered around those 4 thematic categories. We also will have plenty of coffee breaks sprinkled in between each session. So the way that this is going to work is a little bit different than your traditional conference, in which you'll typically have a couple of people giving presentations. The purpose of these symposia is to really encourage conversation. And so we want to encourage conversation between our authors or panelists, as well as between all of you as our audience members. And so the way that this is going to work is that we will have 4 sessions, and those sessions will be comprised of authors who have accepted abstracts into the conference. Now, these authors have already submitted either full papers or videos to our symposia website, which I will link to in a moment so that you could review those materials. But what they will be doing today during their panel is engaging in some conversation that will be driven by a moderator. And so this conversation is really guided by broad prompts and questions, of which you can see on this slide. We are also going to allot plenty of time at the end of each session for some open conversation that will be facilitated by the session moderator. And this will include audience comments and questions. So I will encourage all of you as audience members to please be participating in the chat as the session is ongoing. We have a wonderful student volunteer today, Tessie, who will be collecting all of the comments and questions that you're putting in the chat while the session is ongoing and sending those to the moderator so that when we get to the part of the session that's for open conversation, the moderator can start to integrate in what you've been saying in the Zoom chat. And potentially at this point, if you feel comfortable, you can also unmute yourself and contribute verbally some of your comments or questions as well. So I just wanted to set up some ground rules and expectations because I don't want anyone to think that I am rude. So I just wanted to tell you how I'm going to be keeping time today so that we all know what's going on. So the way that this is going to work is that our wonderful volunteer, Tessie, is going to be keeping time for us and direct messaging using Zoom chat to the moderators, a minute warning, as well as a wrap it up warning. And this essentially will be following the schedule that we've recommended moderators and panelists to adhere to for each session. So again, that messaging, if you're a moderator, please be on the lookout for those messages from Tessie, who will be keeping you on schedule. Once we get to the end of a session, I want to make sure that we have ample time for breaks and that we also don't bleed into other people's speaking time. So as a result, when we get to the end of the session, Tessie will give the moderator a minute warning and then a wrap it up warning. But if conversation continues and it starts to eat into our break time, what I will do is come in and mute everyone, not because I don't think that your conversation is valuable, but just because I want to be the taskmaster today and keep us on time. So I just wanted to set up that expectation so no one was thinking that I was being rude or didn't think that your conversation was worthwhile to be having. And so with that, I'm going to now transfer us over to Dr. Lankes, who is kind of the brain person behind all of these symposia, to give some opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kitze. And I'd like to thank everyone who's coming. Clearly, this is an important topic. I hope that you will participate today, and I hope that you will also join us for the other 3 symposium on diversity, equity, inclusion, on international and cross-border issues in librarianship, and finally on setting a new normal post-COVID agenda, which will be coming up. So once again, every Thursday for the next couple of weeks. I'd like to give some quick thanks to Dr. Kitze, Dr. Blumenfield, Dr. Copeland, and Michael August, who really were the people who put in a huge amount of effort to make this happen. Just in terms of coordination and such, it's been fun. So they really did make it happen. I also want to thank all of our sponsors and the editorial boards who put this together and for gathering such a strong group for the discussion. In particular, I'd like to thank the University of South Carolina and the University of Texas at Austin, IMLS, and the Library of Congress, whose material support, without which we would not be here today, including literally the Zoom session. So thanks for putting this together. This is a significant milestone in a really global conversation that started over a decade ago on new librarianship. A conversation that looks beyond what we do in the library field to why we do it. And in these days of ideological division, a renewed quest for social justice, and questioning of the common good, how librarians see questions of neutrality has rarely been more important than now. I think we've used that phrase a lot about unprecedented times. And unfortunately, if we look back in history, there are some precedents, but we didn't get out of these different eras and create a sort of new global conversation without the active participation and work of scholars and librarians and students and the communities that we're a part of. How do we begin to address these issues when we question the basic concepts of not only community narratives, but the role of science, the role of policy, the role of what does freedom mean? Does that freedom defined as an individual act or as freedom to be a good community? And it really has become increasingly important that how we think about words of like objective, unbiased, and neutrality is central to how we proceed forward. If we are indeed founded within our communities and we are part of the communities, not simply serving them, what is our part of that conversation? What do we value? How do we approach that role and still be seen as honest brokers, safe places for dangerous conversations? How do we create these environments? And this is the conversation that we're looking for today. And as I will just amplify Vanessa's point, this is not just about hearing a bunch of panel presentations and walking back with the answer. This is an idea of struggling and dealing with this situation and not necessarily coming up with the answer, but to continue the conversation that will go on long beyond this dialogue. So there are about 300 people who signed up to either join us live in Zoom or to watch the live stream. Clearly, this is an important conversation and a vital conversation in a vital field. I look forward to listening much more than I talk, and hear from you and hear from the people with the papers together, but hear from you in your own experience, because that's what's vital here, is to understand what's really happening in the field, not simply what we think is happening or should. And how do we build this into something that's actionable? So once again, today we talk about post-neutrality. Eventually, we talk about diversity. We talk about international issues. These are all conversations that are building upon each other. So hopefully, if you have time for the next couple of Thursdays, you'll join us again. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Marcia Martis to get us ready for our first panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Glad to be here, everyone. Vanessa, I have a little bit more of a broken out agenda for this session. Would it be okay if I showed that, or would you like me just to focus on on remarks?
You mean share your screen?
Yeah.
You know what? You can go ahead and share your screen. And then once you're done with the screen sharing, just let me know and I can pop this back on as our background image, if that works for you.
Sure. I think if you hit the multiple share at the bottom there, that I will dispatch this with force.
So I have the all participants can share, but what I will do is let me stop my share just so that that opens it up to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but I thought it might be helpful I'm going to do an advanced share here. So you just see this one slide, just to see what the time breakdown looks like, because we want to stay conscious of keeping the event on time. So let me there we go. So again, good morning and welcome to the Regional Manifestations session about how post-neutrality operates in different geographic regions of the world. So I'm Marcia Martis. I'm a professor and associate dean for research at the School of Information at Florida State University. I'm going to be moderating this Symposium 1, and in this session, post-neutrality librarianship proceeds from the contention that librarians cannot be unbiased in unbiased neutral information professionals and passionate advocates for better communities. Improving society calls for a clear vision of what improved actually means. So how can librarians reconcile the reality of making service decisions in the context of limited resources with a mandate to serve the community? So that's sort of our situating call there. And in this session, we're going to hear from 3 sets of authors about their research problems, the implications their research has for the futures of libraries and librarianship, and any additional comments that the presenters may wish to make. So we have 3 papers in the session today. From the Information Literacy Working Group of the Brazilian Federation of the Association of Librarians, Information Scientists, and Institutions, we have collaborations for a new awakening of librarianship in Brazil. And our presenter today is going to be Dr. Jorge Del Prado. Dr. Jorge Del Prado is the president of the Brazilian Federation of Library Associations, and he's a professor of the Master of Information Management at the State University of Santa Catarina in Brazil. So welcome. And then our second paper is entitled Open Educational Resources for Liberation by Aislinn Coyne and Amy Fitzpatrick. Aislinn Coyne is the Open Scholarship Librarian at TU Dublin and is an early career librarian. Aislinn has a keen interest in all things open. I love that. And in particular, educational resources. Her research interests are OER, accessibility, library publishing, and open scholarship. I'm really pleased to see that Amy Fitzpatrick is here as well. And Amy, I'm hoping you'll have a moment to share a little bit more about you when you start speaking about your paper. And the final paper in our group today is Progressive Librarianship in Red America, presented by Dr. Bill Crowley from Dominican University. And Bill has worked in New York, Alabama, Indiana, and Ohio. So he is a librarian nomad, is everything from a librarian, from a part-time clerk, a reference librarian, and public relations consultant to a library cooperative CEO and deputy state librarian. So a lot of interesting paths there. He's currently a professor with Dominican University School of Information Study. But during that time, Bill has been a very busy guy. He's authored over 50 articles and book chapters in library science, information science, and higher education. So that's our group. And as you can see here, we have the 5 minutes for each of the first 2 topics, and then 10 minutes for everybody to add, as a group, to add any additional comments, and then we turn it over to the audience. So I'm going to stop my share, and on topic 1, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Del Prado to talk a little bit about the work the problem that his work identifies.
Thank you, Marcia, for the presentation. First off, First of all, sorry for my English because it's not my mother language. I speak from Brazil, a city called Florianopolis. So the working group about information literacy is one of 8 working groups of FEBAB. FEBAB is the Brazilian Federation of Library Associations, Information Scientists, and Institutions. And it was created in May 2020, sorry. In Brazil, we have scientific research in information competence for the last 21 years. And for this reason, it was recognized to represent the gaze of the associative movement to establish links with the scientific, with the schools, with the professionals, and the other people that student and work with information literacy. Science, we believe that the new awakening is based on the dialogue, collaboration, and synergy between actions, scientific research, and training in information competence. This working group is important to say is completed with women that work voluntarily with FEBAB. The awakening that we believe that the working group believe follows a path whose idea is to expand the redefinition of thoughts, attitudes, values, and skills of librarians about the educational, social, and political role based on performance with information competence, and make them aware of the library belongs to the community. And because it belongs, it must promote equity, inclusion, and empowerment of people to the critical use of information. We have a serious problem in Brazil with fake news and the misinformation, disinformation. So the information literacy is really important to us. The GT Coinfo, as we know, as we say in Brazil, in Portuguese, is in line with the librarians' proposal for action focus on advocacy. That is the most important point to the FEBAB works, an aspect disseminated by the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, that is ZIFLA, and by the American Library Associations, and widely publicized in Brazil by FEBAB. Based on actions and strategies, GT Coinfo works with librarians advocacy, highlighting the educational, social, and political protagonism. Science is professional from the perspective of information competence. Information literacy is the main mediator and facilitator of the information relationship, user, critically, construction of knowledge and meaning, empowerment, exercise of citizenship, understanding of facts, phenomena, and reality and decision make.
Great, thank you. That was a very interesting overview of your paper. Really appreciate that focus on information quality. Ashlyn and Amy, why don't I hand it over to you?
Thanks very much, Marcia. I'll just let Amy introduce herself if she doesn't mind. Go ahead.
Sure, of course. So I'm an early career library assistant in Dublin Business School. I have an interest in open scholarship and equitable access to digital resources. And recently, just over the last year, I published a study on OA publishing in academic libraries.
So Amy and I, thanks very much. Amy and I collaborated on a case for open educational resources for liberation, leveraging librarians and library skills. We believe that being a librarian is an active, not a passive role. And we believe in the validity of our case for 2 reasons. UNESCO have praised OER for their capabilities. And secondly, librarians have skills and knowledge in all areas of OER applications, which could be leveraged. As well, there's been an impressive uptake of OER during the COVID-19 epidemic, and they've been praised for those feats as well. Amy?
Both coming from an academic library background, it's looking at the resources we have and understanding that there is an information gap, we can look at OER as a sort of tool in order to fill that gap and also to promote like further knowledge creation outside of an academic setting.
Yeah, our idea was to deinstitutionalize OER and bring them to public libraries. We did an extensive literature review where we looked at 3 initiatives, Merlot, OER Africa, and OER Foundation. What we found after our review, we came to 3 conclusions, which are the right to an education, the emphasis on networking and policy making, and the application of library skills in the creation and maintenance of these initiatives. The nature of OER for liberation is such that librarians must decide what form liberation takes for their own community, and local needs and global needs are not so far removed anymore.
That's a really interesting take on OER, and I'm so glad to hear that there's been an uptake due to the pandemic. And I know that higher ed has been initially very interested in OER to offset textbook cost concerns that learners may have. So this is really, I think, sort of giving it more dimension and weight, and that's wonderful. Great. I'm excited to hear more about this paper, and I think that leads us to Bill. Thank you.
Yes. Good to see everybody. I'm going to start off with something that'll probably offend every librarian, is that people do not make decisions on the basis of facts. They choose the facts that they want on the basis of their beliefs. So beliefs will trump facts 99.9%. And there's a whole room full of studies that have actually proven exactly this. And that is also disconcerting. But my problem is even more disconcerting, although that is pretty disconcerting, is that the United States is now in a period where claiming that the library is not neutral will be playing into the hands of the conservative Republicans, who many of whom, as you might be very well aware of, took over the United States Capitol building on January 6th, something that had not even been done during a 4-year civil war in the 19th century. So the United States is actually at this point torn between what, and I use shorthand here, and I'll apologize because they're not all inclusive. The United States is torn between conservatives who are following what's known as white identity politics, not their choice, it's what scholars have applied to it. And on the other hand, progressives, and I happen to be a progressive, who believe in what has been summarized as critical race theory. Unfortunately, critical race theory, and here I'll speak as somebody who was active in library politics, chaired a state legislative committee, was a federal relations coordinator, is that critical race theory has been defined by its opponents. So everything that you can possibly say wrong against progressives has been attached to critical race theory. So what the problem is, if you use, and this is my public relations background and political background, if you say the library is not neutral, as opposed to saying the library goal of great service to everyone is neutral, if you say the library is not neutral, you open yourself up in those states that were won and the communities that were won by former President Trump, to having library boards and school library boards taken over, either by election or appointment. Not 10 or 12 miles from River Forest, where Dominican University is, a particular public library was taken over by a conservative board. It's called the Niles, Maine, M-A-I-N-E, Public Library, in presumably a liberal county. And they proceeded to start slashing progressive programs. So the idea is when you give away neutrality, they that can claim it's those wild radicals who are going to use libraries to destroy the American way of life. You keep something like that. You redefine it in a positive way, but you don't say it's not in existence, because then your opponents use it against you. So what I've tried to do in addressing this problem is come up with ways, and we'll talk about it in the next session, through which progressives, and most librarians are progressives, but who are working in the conservative parts of the United States, can approach and advance social equity in a very positive way. Now, I very much see that in the progressive areas, critical race theory and the positive things that support are going to be easily put into place. It is those conservative parts of America that are really going to be an area where librarians and library board members and library supporters are going to be smart, politically apt, and use the library neutrality in a positive way in order to prevent the negative things that happen in the Niles, Maine County Public Library in progressive Northern Illinois. So I think I've pretty much probably annoyed a number of people, irritated others, but sometimes you need to tell truth to librarians. And with that, that's a pretty good summary of what the problem I've been dealing with.
Well, I think we know who the provocateur among us is here, Bill, but I think what you're really noting is something in all the papers really reflecting local problems with global implications. And that's really an exciting through line I see through the papers. But just the alarming rise of AstroTurf groups coming in and making challenges. I'm thinking particularly like of Loudoun, Virginia, if you've been following any of what's been going on there for a couple of years, actually. But it's a time when librarians, as you say, Bill, have to really sort of weigh responsive librarianship versus reactive librarianship. So I think we have some very interesting conversations to have there. So that was a great introduction and overview, and we're actually doing excellently on time. So that's really great. We'll have lots of time for questions and final thoughts. And our second topic for each of the paper author groups to address is, what do your findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as related to the symposia topic of post-neutrality? So what do your findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as related to the symposia topic of post-neutrality? So again, Jorge, I'm going to let you kick off.
So thank you, Masha. I have some appointments made by the working group. So we have some appointments and findings and observations. The working group believes that the libraries is a space for learning and rupture that provides its community with effective conditions to develop in its questioning, critical, ethical, belonging, and the identity sense based on the principles of information competence. Like the colleague Bill, we have the problem with Bolsonaro, that is the current president, so it's really difficult work and study with information intelligence in Brazil. So during the last year, 2020, the working group working with lives with several teams that seek to awaken the critically and sensitivity of librarians, library science students, and the other interesting parts about the importance of developing information competence in libraries. So the working group work with the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 Agenda of United Nations Organization in their actions to develop competence in information in the library and among others. So how the working group see the future of libraries and the librarianship with post-neutrality from this action? The strengthening of ties between scientific and professional fields about information competence. This action is fundamental for information competence to be understood in a holistic way. It's necessary that partnership is integrated, collaborative, and supported by a discursive practice in which the actions, strategies, and the training activities for the development and information competence are meaningful to the community.
Excellent. Yeah, I think strengthening those ties is absolutely a critical piece of this post-neutrality movement. Aisling, Amy, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Well, as Aisling summarized earlier, the findings from our literature review concluded a few sort of facets of OER initiatives that would be relevant in continuing forward. So the right to an education is, of course, the primary goal, and education not necessarily taking the form of in a more formal academic sense, but in a civic sense, in terms of providing people with information for day-to-day engagement with society. There's also an emphasis on networking and policy making, so attempting to provide for both libraries and their communities at a policy making level to sort of emphasize both the importance of knowledge creation being distributed through the library sector. And furthermore, the application of library skills within the creation of OER, I think, is invaluable. Obviously, the ideas of categorization and collection making are vital. Obviously, these aren't necessarily unique to the library profession, but I think librarians are in a unique position to begin to implement these initiatives, given their backgrounds and the skills that they already possess.
Absolutely. And to pick up on what Amy's saying there, we found that higher education is in a state of flux, and it has a systemic impact beyond learning, promoting civic engagement, equality, and social inclusion. And Clapp in 1946 actually spoke about how librarianship is questioned and the roles are thrown into flux with the advent of a new technology. And I think this may just be another example of Clapp's words ringing true. OER offer an exciting new area that we can move into. They haven't rigidly been defined yet. And they can encourage lifelong learning in a way that's much less formal, much more informal, and a lot more approachable for some people. We also found, we did a review of unique Irish inequality, as we're both based in Ireland. And unfortunately, for such a small country, we do have some unique social economic situations. For example, people living on halting sites, our travelling community. There's people who live in direct provision. There's people who live in settled travelling communities. And there's those who are unhoused and so on. You know, as well as the ongoing COVID-19 epidemic, which has highlighted the haves and the have-nots, both in Ireland and around the world. Not to mention, there are still physical access barriers to technology. In Ireland, we have yet to fully implement our national broadband plan. So rural internet can be very poor, as well as the existence of digital strangers. There still are digital strangers in 2021, and we must not forget that. So thank you very much.
I really like that phrase, digital strangers. That's not one we use nearly enough. I think there's a lot of opportunity to do that. And I'm really liking the direction that some of the comments are going toward, the implications that the information quality topic and post-neutrality have for seemingly mundane aspects of librarianship, such as cataloging, classification, collection development. So I'm very interested to see where the conversation goes in that direction. Bill.
Yes, okay. Again, good comments. Enjoyed listening to them. What I think I'll do now is put the post-neutrality thing within librarianship information sciences in a slightly larger context. Two things. One, the distrust of governments, of organizations, has been going on for decades. And so arguments against the neutrality of libraries are simply part of that. The problem is that, particularly the political scientists who have researched it, is that the lack of a trust in organizations, which may very well and is probably valid, tends to lead to their based on the organizations. And the second thing is, while I talk about America, I think I need to give some parallels internationally. And in doing the research, there are a couple of areas that are addressed and regularly reported on. Sri Lanka has large conflicts among the primary religious groups. So you're looking at Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and Hindus. They had a war on that not far long ago. Mr. Gandhi, the former head of the Congress Party, has posted that he sees this kind of breaking up where everyone's claiming to be the nationals as being very problematic for India. And since we have some Irish representatives, I would ask you to think back 50 years ago to Northern Ireland, where you had Presbyterians and Catholics fighting each other, much to the benefit of the Church of England and the Church of Ireland people who owned the factories, but they played one group against another. So we've got some of that in play too. I think looking at the specific issues I've talked a little bit about earlier, but what I see is a need for librarians to, as was noted, not only become part of their community, but actually to build on successes where libraries have been part of the community. In my paper, when I was working as a consultant with the Alabama Public Library Service, I put in how we worked with the heads of public libraries who were fighting over state aid. And there was a fear that if it went out of the library community, that it would be the state legislature who would make a decision. And guess what? The Speaker of the House, which is a very powerful role in state government, was supportive of one of the library groups. So I think what we need to do is look at how we can advance social justice in ways that would actually be not only acceptable in the progressive areas, but that people of goodwill in the more conservative areas. One of the phrases I've used, and it was a deliberate choice of words, is getting together and determining what are the types of library services that taxpayers should expect in return for their taxes. I deliberately use that as opposed to citizens or others because I didn't want to get into the whole area of some of the undocumented immigrants to the United States. And that could be an argument used by the conservatives. So I use taxpayers because everybody's paying taxes. So the idea of working together, as I said, I will have problems with saying the library is, shall we say, not neutral in the conservative areas. It'll work well in the progressive areas, but we need to realize that different areas, and here I'm talking politically, need different tactics, and librarians need to be aware of the fact. And I'll give you a good thing to leave with on this particular topic. 90% of the elections on public library budgets and budget increases passed in the United States in the last election. So we have a support for public libraries and other libraries. We just need to make sure that we don't lose it, we don't become, and since the Crowleys left a certain Irish county 200 years ago, I'll say we don't want to look at repeating what has happened in Northern Ireland or other countries where conflicts have prevented the advancement of the rights of the residents of a given community. And I guess that's what I'll say on that.
All right. Well, I think we've got a pretty solid foundation that we're working with here. But the last topic that we all can address, and we have plenty of time to do that, so is any final comments that you'd like to make? And as I've been thinking about this topic, from your standpoint, I'm wondering if there are major takeaways from your papers that you want to make sure to emphasize here before we move into the audience Q&A. So this is sort of a free-for-all, but if we want to follow the same order, I guess Jorge could kick off, but anybody feel free to jump in.
Okay, I'll jump in unless someone else wants to. One of the things that I'm going to advocate is there's a philosophy which I would love to see taught in schools of library and information studies or information science called pragmatism, which while it originally started in the US, some of the absolutely best work on pragmatism is being done in Europe, which has a whole journal devoted to pragmatism. And one of the things I'd like to throw out, and again, it will be controversial. I fully understand why people will be extraordinarily upset by it, but I think it could work in basically any nation. How's that for a broad statement in which you could eventually, disprove, but at least give it a consideration. Frege, who's actually he's an Italian who is now working in France, came up with something when he was looking at the research and the theory of John Dewey, who is a famous pragmatist. And Dewey found out that the way to make progress is to address consequences and not causes. You're never going to get the people who are on the other side to adopt your definition of what the cause is. So you park that aside and you say, if we have poor branches in a public library area in the areas that are where African Americans or Latinx or others live in, we put up new branches because poor branch service is just what taxpayers should not expect. You can look at such things as how a public library can address the fact that schools may not be terribly well doing by having the teachers in the library. Because what you're doing is you're dealing with the consequences. You're not going to get conservatives or the opponents to agree with causes, because remember, facts don't count or almost don't count, which is a chapter I wrote and was recently published, is that the idea of, okay, can we agree what the consequences are that people in a given community, whether they are in a school system, public library, it's less of a case with academics. Well, let me take that back. The historically Black colleges and universities were funded at a very low level. But let's look at what the consequences are. Are the services that they are providing to students, could they be better if they got more money? You're dealing with consequences. So, and I'll close with this, is I would really like to see professors in schools of library information science teach maybe pragmatism or teach some other approach that can be used in those conservative areas where they don't have the benefit of being able to use critical race theory without their causing all sorts of problems. So that's where I think we may be falling off, that we don't realize that what we teach may be not very successful in certain areas of a country, where it might be extraordinarily successful in other areas.
And the advocacy topic that is embedded in all of these papers makes me think about advocacy being essentially an act of hearts and minds. You have to know who you can reach at the heart level and who you need to reach at the mind level. And that can vary from community to community. So that's very powerful. Anyone else like to add some final comments here?
Please. I agree with the ideas of Bill, because here in Brazil we have the same problem. With this idea, the Information Literacy Working Group of FEBAB have some partnerships with librarianship schools. We have 48 library science schools in Brazil. So the information competence is not working up, from these schools. So for this reason, GTCO Info, this working information literacy working group, has established partnerships with schools of library science. And in scope of an undergraduate and graduate studies of a public and private nature, we have other working groups about school libraries, public libraries, prison libraries. So this relationship from information literacy and the other groups is really important. And the professors and the students, when see this work made by FEBAB and the Information Literacy Working Group, brought the information literacy for curricula of librarianship courses. So the members of the working group, based on the expertise in information competence, have offered lectures and consultations for students and teachers at these schools.
I like this idea of embedding advocacy in the learning of up and coming information professionals, so that it becomes sort of a natural act rather than an add-on to the practice of in the information professions. Ashlyn, Amy, anything you'd like to add here?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, just on Bill and Jorge's points, I think it's really interesting. The community is also another vein that runs through all three of our papers. And I really loved what the Brazilian group had, their finishing remark, where they said that the library belongs to the community and therefore it should promote equity, inclusion, autonomy, and empowerment based on the critical use of information. And I think that really ties the three of us together. I think it's really interesting. In terms of final remarks, we wrote in our paper that we proposed further study in this area. We would really love to pursue that. Our plan for it is a series of semi-structured interviews with key experts in OER and potentially some from the initiatives that we focused on in our literature review as well. We'd also like to do a survey which would be disseminated to Irish public bodies, Irish public libraries and communities themselves. We think that general attitudes that are present need to be surveyed as well. And we could also assess attitudes to national approaches or suggestions for local hosting, oversight, and so on. And I'd like to just pass on to Amy for our conclusions.
As Ashling has said, those sort of ideas for further study would establish the feasibility of a sort of wider OER initiative that we're proposing. But this also connects to this sense of community, of further engaging with the public, because by the nature of creating an initiative like this, you are able to connect with other bodies. You are able to communicate with people outside of the librarianship field, with other public bodies, and to engage in order to create this knowledge base for everyone to engage with. And I would also argue that OER connects to a larger idea of librarianship, which is the idea of duty and responsibility to provide information to the people who use our services. If we want to talk about this in a post-neutral context, if you're working at the front desk of a library and someone approaches you with a question, they are immediately putting you within a position of authority, even if that's not how you regard your position or it's how you have initially approached it. By dint of you having information that they do not have, I believe that it creates a power discrepancy, but it also gives you a sense of responsibility. And I think acknowledging that that discrepancy is there and that you have that responsibility is only going to help you to better serve the needs that you're being presented with, because it allows for this acknowledgement to think about what your community needs to help steward them rather than just serve them.
And I'd finally just like to say that looking within communities as opposed to from the outside liberates us in knowledge. And that's something we should pursue.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, I think that we are moving into some really interesting opportunities for discussion. And the thing that I really like about this is it brings that librarian code of ethics to life. Now we are having the opportunity to live it, not just be aware of it and never need to fall back on it, but really it needs to be, the guide at this point, because it really helps in situations that are unfamiliar. So I'm going to move into the audience Q&A part now. We've actually had some questions stacking up, which is kind of exciting. So I'm going to throw out the first question, and they're for specific paper authors. Although I'm sure if anybody had ideas to add, they would be welcome. So our first question is from David Lankus, and he has a question for Bill. The question is, it seems that a conservative ideology is already attacking library funding and programs. So what is to lose by putting what is to lose by putting for libraries as advocates? So I don't know, Dave, I'm thinking that there may be a word missing in the end of it. Do you want to?
There probably is, if I may. So last night I received an email from a lot of the library faculty in Texas, and that was because a Texas legislature and chair of one of the legislative committees had sent a formal request to all the school districts, asking them specifically if they, how much money were they putting towards collection, and where were they putting the following 9-page list of books, and if they could list anything that basically makes anyone feel bad about being themselves, etc. I mean, it was a sobering and startling comment. It's based on the recent legislature around, for example, what can be taught in schools. And to your point, Bill, about critical race theory and a lot of absorption of what that is. I see in Maine, they have regular trouble trying to get money for roads, much less libraries. I see a lot of this happening already. And I guess the point is, if we simply, and I don't think this is what you're saying. I think what you're saying is we've got to be smart about how we reply, which is instead of getting up and saying, but this is what progressive line here would do about this, we need to be sort of pragmatic in how we address it and talk about learning. But I'm once again, I guess I'm wondering, why not come out and say, once again, I'm not in terms of ideological, but why not if we say, look, the reality is that libraries aren't neutral. We believe in diversity. We believe in these different things, the best knowledge from richest sources, et cetera. What are we going to lose?
Well, quick points of answering. First of all those things could be put under the idea of a neutral library, that the library wants to really serve its community. And sometimes examples are helpful. More years ago than I like to think, in one of the most conservative counties of Alabama, Pickens County, Alabama. It's right next to where the Tuscaloosa, where the university is, but it is a conservative county. Part of my job, and I won't slip into a Southern accent, although my mother is from Alabama, is I was brought in by the richest people in the county to talk with them, and we sat down in the meeting room of the local hospital, and they wanted to create a public library for the county and tax themselves. These were wealthy people who could buy any book or anything they wanted, but they felt that it was part of what their civic rent is. And conservatives often believe, not all, there's a concept of civic rent, that the community that enable you to better yourself, to become wealthy, you owe the community something back. So these people arranged that they would be, as part of, they took the leadership in getting tax money support to create what was then the Pickens County Cooperative Library Service. I haven't checked to see if they're still there, but it was a case of people who were conservative. Believe me, I had to apologize for being born in Brooklyn and being a Yankee, but I did use my mother from Alabama as a shield. And they said, okay, Bill, this is what we feel we need for the county. And these were not the people who were going to use the library. They might. It was for the poor people of all ethnicities at the time. So don't underestimate the fact that there may be something in conservatives, particularly the more thoughtful ones. You're always going to have some radicals, and that's life. But the more thoughtful conservatives might very well be supportive of a neutral library whose services, when you looked at them, were incredibly varied. So again, think civic rent. And Texas is a whole nother thing. You know, Andrew Jackson said to an aide, you can go to hell or go to Texas. It's all the same to me, but not that I would want to argue against Texas because that's where my director is from. But anyway, think paying your civic rent when you're talking to conservatives.
All right. I actually wrote that down, paying your civic rent. That's going to come up again. Okay, cool. Great question, Dave. Thank you. It's almost like you're kind of running this thing or something. Okay, so the second question is from Vanessa, and it is for Amy and Aisling. There's Vanessa there. Can you speak more about the benefits of OER as it relates to people and communities experiencing marginalization? I'm particularly intrigued by your discussion about implications for non-formal modes of information creation and knowledge production.
Thanks very much for that question, Vanessa. That's a great question. Well, ultimately, you know, it kind of remains to be seen. We think that liberation can mean many different things. For example, marginalized communities, would understanding and better understanding of those communities be a form of liberation for them? For example, if we were to look within the traveling community and have them develop OER about traveling life, about what their experiences are, what their prejudices they face are, and what their daily life entails, would that be a form of liberation for that community to have better understanding within general society? Potentially. I think there's a lot more to be seen here. There's a lot more delving in. I feel like we've really just scratched the surface here. This is the tip of the iceberg. And I feel like the more we look into this, the more study we put into it, the better answers we'll be able to give to great questions like that. Thank you.
Also, if we want to talk about knowledge facilitation in non-traditional areas, even when we were looking at different OER initiatives, when as larger initiatives, either on a global or an international or even on a national level, obviously there has to be networking and there has to be internal policy making, but that in itself acts as a guide, because then on those initiatives they put up guides for networking, they put up guides for policy making. So even the very act of collaboration and working on these initiatives is a kind of knowledge facilitation. So in a way it sort of feeds itself, and by further engaging with communities and showing that, as Aisling said, that their own knowledge is an asset to this sort of initiative, it sort of aids in further facilitation.
There's a lot of powerful liberation there in giving underrepresented groups the power to represent themselves through information, because we have to remember that we are here to amplify the global majority. Where you are and what you experience locally isn't necessarily the exact same thing that's happening everywhere. So looking at the people whose voices tend to be invisible is really empowering through that knowledge creation, so that other people can learn about that too. So that's great. Yes, thank you. That's wonderful. We do have a third question. And that is actually also for Bill, but anybody is certainly welcome to tack on as well. And this is from Marta, who asks Bill Crowley, in these hegemonic disputes that characterize the modernity, what universal strategies for libraries to think of information services in favor of real and concrete emancipation. So the question is, in these hegemonic disputes that characterize the modernity, what universal strategies for libraries to think of information services in favor of real and concrete emancipation? Again, I feel like there might be an extra word that needs to be in there somewhere, but so I guess, Bill, take it from modernity and think about how that translates to universal strategies for real and concrete emancipation.
Well, first, I wouldn't use hegemonic. I think what you need to do, and in 2005, I published a book called Spanning the Theory-Practice Divide in Library and Information Science. And one of the things is I point out you need to develop an interlanguage. And I base that interlanguage. Swahili was interlanguage for trade in East Africa, the lingua franca of the Middle Ages. It's the idea of coming across with a language that is neutral, that addresses libraries, that addresses library needs. Again, you can use critical race theory in the progressive areas. I don't see a problem there. In the more conservative areas, the idea of negotiating, because if you insist that people use your language and they insist that you use their language, you're going to get nowhere. And by the way, as a quick aside, never have a public debate with the conservatives debating against the progressives, because that simply strengthens their views. It doesn't solve a thing. What you want is you want to look towards having community meetings of people who are concerned about community issues. And the libraries can be very much of a center for that. You're looking at the idea of how you address the fact that maybe the schools are being less productive than they should be, that there's not a whole lot of maybe tax funding going into it. People sit around and say, okay, we want an educated community, okay? So then you talk about how can the library contribute to that educational community goal. So you don't use, I might start, my philosophy course was basically Marxist at Hunter College in New York. I could start talking about a lack of historical consciousness. But remember, we've gone through these problems before, 1950s, they were calling people communists and people were losing their jobs, even in universities. So come up with a language of discussion that will work in your community. Progressive communities, it could be a progressive language, and you've got a broad support for it. In other areas, it might be this neutral language where the progressives and the conservatives can identify problems and then look at the consequences. Again, as I said earlier, don't fight about the causes because you won't get past that. You want to solve problems. So look at what the consequences are and use a neutral language. Yes, it's bad. You could use that to have students who are underachieving. It's problematic. And you could come up with all sorts of reasons why an educated student body is great for a community and a country. And they are neutral languages. So that's what you want to look towards. And you can take this as a cliche and use it. You can actually think critically, but act pragmatically. Think critically, but talk pragmatically.
I just want to ask, do you believe that acting neutrally is feasible within the library sphere, or do you think there should just be an impression of neutrality in order to sort of survive, not to use that word dramatically, but to survive within a more conservative space?
You have the goal of great library service for all. How you achieve it can have what someone would look at and say, oh, that's a critical approach and it's working, but it's not. You're talking about something that is actually working. So you redefine neutrality to something large, that it's great library service for all. How that is delivered, once you're under that, that could be different ways. So the key is, again, language counts. If you use language that people object to, you get nowhere. If you use language that again, they used to have an expression in America, God, motherhood, and apple pie. Well, we criticize it now, but at the time, it was such a broad view. Think of it this way. Think of all our politicians wearing American flag pins. That can mean a whole lot of different things, but it's the symbol. So you have the library as the symbol of meeting incredible community needs for an educated community, and then you develop the specific services under that. So when in doubt, you go to an ideal, and then how you achieve the ideal is basically, it's a community-based approach.
Could I jump in really quickly, actually, to ask our Irish and our Brazilian colleagues? But let me start with the Irish example. When my experience with open educational resources, I mean, once again, when you go to a faculty member and say, we would like you to not use the textbook that you've used for the last 50 years and try some new stuff. That part of where I see that being very successful is where librarians are building communities of the faculty. In other words, not just one on another. When you do that outreach, so once again, in Ireland, when you do outreach to faculties or to content producers or educators, is the ability to basically say that you are on the same advocacy trail helpful? In other words, seeing you not as a neutral server, but saying, look, there's someone who is just as passionate about access to education for the all. In other words, you need to basically, if you came in and said, we are here to serve, what do you want? We're sort of this neutral party, we can do what you want, versus we're here to make sure that open educational resources are going to lead to liberation of Ireland, right? Two different languages, Bill, to your point. But I'm wondering, in that case, do you find the language, specifically saying, I'm not neutral on the concept of open educational resources, do you find that helpful in creating action and movement within your community?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, Amy, sorry for jumping across you there.
Sorry, apologies.
No problem at all. In my experience, my role as Open Scholarship Librarian for TU Dublin, I've absolutely found that to be true. That at the outset, indicating that I'm not neutral, I'm active, I'm not going to be passive. I really passionately care about open education, and I truly believe in removing all barriers to access in every way that we can. Every barrier that we find, I'd like to find a way around it. I'm really incredibly passionate about it, and I have indeed found that explaining that I'm not neutral about this, I'm not happy to just give you the information and walk away. I'd much rather start a conversation, get a dialogue going, get to know your community, set up a new community, do whatever I can, because I believe that it's an active role. Sorry, Amy.
No, don't apologize. I would agree entirely with that point. I would argue that advocacy is necessary. Not only that it's welcome or that it's sort of a more positive force, but I think it's one of the grounding foundations to, I mean, if you think about OER, it's not, I mean, ideally, it's not profitable. It's not something that's going to, I would think that advocacy not only helps in sort of this creation of knowledge facilitation, but it also, by providing stronger ties to academic staff and to non-academic parties, that's also going to sort of highlight relevancy for librarianship itself. It's going to not only put forward that, yes, I am non-neutral, yes, I am an active agent in educational rights, but that this sort of initiative in particular benefits from working within the realm of librarianship.
I think that's over to you, Jorge, for some comments on this topic.
So in FEBABI, we have created a partnership with a movement, an international movement, I believe, that is called Trust Project Group. This movement works with different organizations, and now we are working with them to promote critical think around neutrality. So how the teachers working about neutrality in these courses. It's a very sensitive subject in Brazil because we have a polarized country where the people, unfortunately, is dying for exposing their ideas. So it's really different. It's really difficult for us. We have some teachers dying in classroom, for example. So when we think of the information competence group, it's precisely in making more critical relationships with more groups like the school libraries, public libraries, and take this discussion to the libraries in a practical way. So the idea of sharing the readings, tools is so important for us because the sensitive subject for us.
Thank you. That was just a really fantastic add-on to everything that we had discussed before. We have two additional questions, and I think I'm going to take them in a different opposite order because I think the second question actually pertains to what we were just talking about. And that question is from Dr. Shannon Altman. And so earlier in the chat, if you'd seen it, Dr. Lankus made a comment that we'll get to in just a second. But the gist of Shannon's question is, can libraries be neutral institutions but progressive in daily actions?
Certainly. We develop better ways of delivering services all the time. This is where you default to what your goal is, which is the highest level of library service. And that's relevant to individuals and meeting their needs. So yeah, we do that all the time. I think, and what I want to again reemphasize, we're talking about a major goal when we're talking about the library. We're talking about the library as being, a source of information. The old thing, information, recreation, the whole bit, and education, of course. So if you make sure you've got a neutral but very positive goal, then you do all sorts of things under that to achieve it. And well, you never really achieve it. You make progress towards, implementing the best possible service to the whole spectrum of people you are legally assigned to help provide their services to.
I would argue that if your actions are progressive, your actions create your institution, which in turn would make your institution progressive. Now, neutrality in and of itself can sometimes be a loaded term, but what I would argue is if libraries and librarianship is to function as a public good, then I think that definition of public good is in and of itself neutral. In order to properly serve the community, in order to create knowledge, and in order to create a space where everyone is free to take of that knowledge, then by its nature, there is some hard definitions to be set on what actions are taken. It's that old paradox of tolerance. In order to provide tolerance to everyone, you must be intolerant of certain ideas. I think that progressive actions build and speak to an institution that is non-neutral, and I think that is the nature of librarianship.
Just wanted to make sure Jorge didn't have anything he wanted to add on to that piece. I do know, having had some experience writing library standards myself and working with people who were doing that, one of the foundational activities that we do is discern what common beliefs among our community are and start from these sort of agreed upon and arguable points. And I'm just sort of sensing that information quality, especially in the last decade, has moved up that list quite a bit. So I don't think that any library user, regardless of their their political orientation would say, no, I want poor quality information, and can start the conversation from something that nobody's going to argue with you about. Okay, so we do have 2 more questions. And the next question is again from Dr. Lankus. And so the question is this: talking about political ideologies takes the conversation in one way, but what about daily practice? Promoting literacy, for example, over other skills is not a neutral choice. Maker spaces instead of more stacks often pushes communities' expectations. How do we connect to those we serve when we are pushing and not just responding?
Well, if I can jump in here, there is a term that I have found effective, particularly when it's been demonstrated. That group in Pickens County I was talking about, when I was suggesting a few approaches to it, they said, well, you're the professional. And I think what we need to underscore is the idea that in our area, we are educating professionals who know how to develop plans, who know how to put services into effect. And yes, sometimes you concentrate on one thing one year and then you concentrate on something else the next year. Well, that's basic management 101. So I think the idea of when we're talking about how we can represent ourselves to the community, so much of it is doing what we say we're going to do and working from what the community wants, but also emphasizing that's part of what our professionalism is. And if they don't like librarians and they don't think we're professionals, we're in trouble. But I've also found that the idea of saying, well, this is what my education and experience, using the words that they use, business people, they have their experience they're based on. We're not going to get into the whole thing of tacit knowledge. But that's the idea, is that we have phrases we can use that can often positively resonate and words with communities. And particularly when we demonstrate that we're living up to what, in this case, professionalism is. So that's one of the things we need to look at. What are the words that positively resonate in our community? And in the academic world, one of the things I found, and when a practitioner was trying to get me fired, it was great that I had tenure. Unfortunately, once I advised a practitioner when I was starting out that yes, take a hardline stance on not taking that book off the shelf, that practitioner had to leave within a couple of weeks. So the idea of being pragmatic, being as positive as you can possibly be, but being aware of the fact that you having to discuss and come to agreement on an action plan with your community, it can be extremely important. And don't forget your professionalism. That's crucial.
And since all of us are library educators or have experienced library education, we know that a student may come in on day one in collection development, for example, expecting to be taught the sort of rote steps of how you do it, and become very aware quickly that that's not how it works, that it's all about figuring out who your community is and the kinds of information needs they have. And then you can talk about what needs to be in your collection. So we have just a few moments left. There is a final comment I'd like everybody to address, and it's from Dr. Lankus. Isn't a neutral and positive goal an oxymoron?
And I'm really going to shut up for the rest of the day. I really probably, but I think that Bill's presentation in particular, and once again, Bill, make sure I'm not misrepresenting your idea, which is, how we see, how we train, how we understand the idea that if you have positive goals around literacy or community engagement or empowerment at an academic level, those are not neutral terms. However, what I understand is the idea that when we talk about when they're commonly held biases within a community, that literacy is good, et cetera, that using that language and such presents the facade of neutrality to a degree, which allows you to be more effective. So that was just, wasn't meant as a question, just sort of as a pithy statement.
I just think it might actually be quite interesting. And the term information literacy in Ireland actually isn't widely used. There's actually a lot of arguments against literacy as a term, and just has negative connotations people like to avoid. So the semantic issues with the words that we use, I think, are pervasive, and they maybe touch words that might be safe in the States but are under attack in Ireland, for example, or the opposite, you know. So I think it's actually really interesting, the semantic differences with the terms that we all use are across the globe. Perhaps it might be worthwhile creating an OER on the different discussions going on across the world with these terms.
Okay, we have 1 minute left. And so this time, I don't know if you experienced this too, has flown by. We've had some excellent questions, some really dynamite comments from the paper authors. Truly appreciate that. Any last words, anybody?
Well, not to be cheesy, but thank you very much for having us. It's been a wonderful experience getting all sorts of different perspectives.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the symposia. That's it for me. So I'll let you guys tell us to shut off our cameras or whatever's next.
So we are actually going to go ahead, wait for the magic, and take a coffee break for the next 15 minutes. Although I gave several of these, so if you don't want to get too hyper and caffeinated, you know, it could be whatever break that you need. But we will come back around 10:35 to start our next session. And so we'll see you all then.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. I don't think that Dave's audio really likes Simon and Garfunkel too much toward the end there. But in any case, welcome back to our Post-Neutrality Symposium. And I am going to turn it over now to our next panel, which is focusing on in context. So I will let our wonderful moderator take it away, and I will stop sharing my screen. Raphael, I think your audio is not working. Yeah, I don't think you're coming through. Sorry, everyone, bear with us while we figure out the audio issue. Raphael, perhaps go down to where it says mute, and then if you click on the right-hand side, it will say select a microphone and select a speaker. And so just make sure that your microphone and speaker are set to your headset so that it's not the same thing. Sometimes that, I know, mutes the audio. Yeah, that's still not coming through.
And now?
Perfect.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. Sorry for that. Okay, so I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm Raphael Batz from URFIST, the University of Bordeaux. And I'm very pleased to have with us today for this session, Rhys Steinberg and Pascal Felica. And I think that they are going to join us on stage, and then I will present them. Okay, thank they are here. So Rhys Steinberg is a business librarian at Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada, with a focus on teaching in libraries. His research interests include critical market and ESG research, or ESG, it's environmental and social governance. So special issues and edition, library pedagogy, all of these are his research interests. Rhys enjoys listening to podcasts, hearing and telling stories, and is writing occasional advice columns for a food co-op. And Rhys today is presenting a communication entitled An ESG Research Framework for Measuring Social Responsibility of Businesses. And we also have on stage Pascal Felita. She's almost a retired librarian, but still a library enthusiast, and that's true. She has worked in public libraries in the Caribbean, France, and since 2007 in Montreal, Quebec. She's an experienced consultant in change management, and she actively helped to translate and promote the books Design Thinking for Libraries, and also the David Lanker's books Expect More. Increasingly concerned, along with many others as we are, about climate change, she decided to stop working as a librarian to train during 1 year in environmental education at the University of Quebec in Montreal in 2020. She has been leading the Libraries in Transition collaboratory blog since March 2022. Pascal today is presenting a communication entitled Fecundity of the Field of Environmental Education for Library Impact in the Current Decade of Transformation. So you may find a video and a paper of our To Follow librarians on the website of the conference. And if you have some questions, please add them in the chat, and our colleague Tessie will keep them till the end so we can have a moment to discuss all together. So maybe we will begin with our first question. Dear colleagues, could you please tell me, so one after the other, and tell us, for the audience too, what is the topic of your lecture, of your papers, and what is the problem your work identifies? Maybe Rhys to begin, then Pascal to follow.
Sure. Thanks very much, Raphael. And thanks so much to the conference organizers. It's been really great so far. So the problem that my work really focuses on is regarding social enterprises. So that's for-profit businesses that at least purport to provide the types of social benefits that we usually associate with nonprofits. And then how it's unusual outside and even inside these types of businesses to know whether the social good that they're offering is actually effective and substantial. So there's a lack of information, sometimes willed by the social enterprise, but sometimes not. And there are structural issues I'll also touch on, but I want to focus on the information aspect of it, just because that's the area that librarians like us have the ability to play a really specialist role in. And I also think there are parallels in many areas of librarianship that I'll try and expand toward as well, because I realize this isn't specifically focused on business librarianship, of course. But I want to provide some background. So social entrepreneurship, it's been a growing interest in business and also in some social justice communities, partly because of the promise that businesses that probably a lot of us recognize, like Me2We or Tom's or Allbirds, and lots of others offer, that they can provide sort of these social and environmental benefits to society or communities while also funding the benefits. And that's attractive to some social justice communities in the context of, at least I can speak for North America, cuts to government and nonprofit services and supports, but more widely, things like climate crisis and increasing social inequities. It's attractive to business communities because while ethics-based marketing has been adopted by a wide variety of conventional businesses, we always see lots of solidarity statements and things like this from anyone from Amazon to Toyota. There's also consumer skepticism, and social enterprises can sometimes reach consumers where conventional businesses can't in sort of an ethical way, or so-called ethical way. And I want to make a note here too about ethics-based marketing, because this isn't something that just sort of emerged on its own. It's not a given in every society, of course. It's emerged because of the neoliberal fostered practices of voting with dollars, of self-branding, of self-marketing, and other practices. And this is important for me to note because I don't want to pretend this is just a problem of information or of consumer ignorance. Ethics-based marketing is such a well-used tool that it's difficult to distinguish between businesses that are socially responsible and those that appear to be so. And it's complex because it's not just a matter of some businesses trying to fool consumers. Much of the time, the social businesses, like I mentioned, they don't even know if the social good they're offering is substantial or useful. They've built their business model on assumptions and stories and charisma, but not careful and thorough research. And this socially conscious marketing, it appeals to consumers, but there are current measures of social impact that are widely used in business research, ESG ratings that are mentioned in the title. So the environmental and social governance ratings, but they're designed for investment purposes. They're not actually focusing on really they're focused on measuring risk in relation to a business's social image, rather than their actual environmental sustainability or social responsibility, or whether they have above board management or labor practices. And the problem that I see here, that I'm hoping that you all see as well, is that there isn't a recognized process for evaluating the value of social or environmental benefits that social enterprises offer. And that's true for people that are interested in investigating a business operating in their community. It's also a problem for social entrepreneurs or people that are aspiring to be social entrepreneurs, which are a lot of the students that I work with. And while the businesses can prove they're donating 1 pair of shoes for every pair sold, or how many millions of shoes they donate, etc., they're not actually evaluating whether the donation is usable, culturally appropriate, needed by the recipient, or worse, actually contributing to problems in the recipient's community. So to sum up, the problem is that for-profit social businesses are willingly or unwillingly lacking in meaningful information or even a way or framework to provide this information.
So thank you very much. And maybe I will ask now to Pascal to follow and to tell us so the topic of your lecture and the problem your work identifies. We can't hear you, Pascal. I think you are mute.
Sorry. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you today, and I want to warmly thank you, all of you, for this meeting. I started my work because I wanted to explore to the end what libraries were doing in relation to climate change to facilitate the necessary social environmental changes. So I am interested in their educational and facilitating role, a non-neutral role of library. I also wanted to find out how they could do better. Facing the reality of climate change is like taking the red pill in the Matrix movie. It's a difficult path and you don't sleep as well as usual. But by looking and looking, a picture of the ways to really move forward have emerged. This is a good news, and I am happy to be able to share it with you today. My observations are based on 3 main sources: a review of the literature on libraries and environmental education, EE, a very careful observation of the 12 public libraries in my living area. One of them is the National Library and Archive. And for example, I observed their programming through their Facebook pages for 1 year. I have also been my own subject of observation. I share all my discoveries and understanding on a blog since March 2020. I use for that a platform that we have here in Quebec to replace Facebook and Google. The objective of this platform is to bring together local actors in social innovation. In January, this platform will change its name and will be called Collective Project. So much for the background. For the problems identified, there are at least 5 of them. First one, libraries do a poor job in identifying and analyzing what they do, and therefore they have difficulty talking effectively about that work, even though they do a lot. They would be much more relevant if they knew that there was a research discipline and concepts to draw on. This research discipline and environmental education has been developing since the 1970s and have now many partners. Second finding, there is also another area of interest that libraries could be done, organization in transition. Currently, they are developing participatory third places by listening to what people want to experience and to change in their own lives. They also have a lot of partners and links to transition research as well. Their third places are very similar to libraries of the 21st century, but libraries ignore largely this type of third places. Third problem, these three domains, libraries, EE, and transition, have a lot of affinities. All of them are innovating and have developed interesting thinking about what they are doing, but these three communities don't know each other. There would be a lot of impact in accelerating mutual understanding. There is innovation and good practices everywhere in the three domains, but the good practices and innovation don't spread fast enough. Fourth problem, libraries have a great power of sounding board that they underexploit, and it is a problem. More and more citizens are calling on institutions to do better to help them, and they are indeed great needs. Fifth problem, and the last one, the fact that libraries misidentify what they do takes away a lot of their power and impact. For example, at present, they largely confuse educational actions with their equal responsibility. The name is Eco-Civism in EE, even if they talk specifically about environmental education. They are putting both under the same umbrella of green libraries or sustainable libraries. There is a connection between the two. It's a walk the talk, but they are two very different things. Above all, and it's a main finding, they do not have in mind one of the major contributions of EE. Environmental education must be absolutely situated. It's a very important aspect. So it's all for today.
Thank you very much, Pascal. We are going to continue with maybe another question, and it's really follow what you are just say. So I will continue with Pascal, and then we will ask the same question to Riz. So Pascal, could you tell us why in fact is this problem important, but more that what are the potential solutions, implication of addressing this problem? So problems and solutions, if you want.
Okay. So my findings and observation indicate how important it is for libraries to find time to strengthen their power of self-reflection by seeking help from other disciplines. If we want to have an impact, it's mandatory. For example, the issue of neutrality is also an issue in education, and it's resolved in the same way. It is impossible to be neutral when we say that we seek to improve society in education or in libraries. I had a look at the topics that we are all discussing today, most of which have connection to environment, education, and could be informed by this discipline. One of the major findings with the help of EE is that libraries confuse environmental education with sustainable development. Sustainable development is only one of the EE currents. It's important to know also that the mission of environmental education is to contribute to transformation of ways of thinking and acting in our relation with our environment, but also and mainly in our relations with each other. Social issues, and in particular issues of equity, diversity, and inclusion, which are increasingly present in our libraries, are an integral part of it. EE researchers know that sustainable development, in fact, tend to evacuate social issues. For that reason and others, sustainable development is subject to a lot of criticism when it comes to its power of transformation. So because libraries have a poor understanding in what they are doing, they have less impact, but also a very limited vision of their power. For example, one of the most promising activities of libraries in supporting self-expression in all its form. This is an area that is very much invested by EE and even organization in transition. Libraries do also a lot in this area, but they are largely unaware of the importance of that type of activities in EE. What I want to say is in our time, we are dealing with more than improvements. What we must do is systemic transformation. It has these requirements that are generally ignored. The only power we have over a system is the power we have over ourselves and over the nodes closest to us, namely our neighbors. We are also trying to transform themselves. It is an immense power, but at the same time, a very modest one. We are at a time when it is particularly important to understand that and to help others to understand that there will be no impact if we do the same thing as usual. We have done that for 50 years and we had no impact. We must feel a real change in us, how we work together as a team, how we perceive and consider our immediate surrounding, etc. To perceive ourselves and see us as we really are, we absolutely need others to help us see our blind spots. EE researchers, but also citizens who mobilized around transition can help us see our blind spots, but we can also help them to see their own blind spots. For me, post-neutrality and even post-activism is about that, slowing down to be able to deal with the soup we are in and to see our own contribution to that soup.
Thank you very much. That's very clear and very transporting.
Sorry for my English.
No, it's great. I have nothing to say about this. So, Rhys, please, could you answer the same question about solutions, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, I do want to address why the problem is important too, but I will definitely move on to solutions. So thank you so much.
Please take time.
Maybe it's evident, but I want to talk about it because a few years ago, I'm hoping this is a story that can resonate with people. And a few years ago, I was buying a pair of glasses and I narrowed it down to two choices. And one was a brand I hadn't heard of, and the other was Tom's, which I recognize is a shoe company that donates one pair of shoes for each pair sold. And I ended up deciding on the Tom's frames and felt sort of mildly good about buying frames that might help somebody. And the example I mentioned earlier about one pair of shoes donated for each one sold, it's a real one. It's a really common strategy in social enterprises. It's called buy one, give one. And it's what Tom's, the same company that I got glasses from, started out with, and it's what they're best known for. And I want to use it as an illustration of why this problem is important. Because a couple of years ago, when I started investigating social enterprises like Tom's, I was surprised to learn that the benefits of buy one, give one as a business strategy are much more widely studied than how the strategy actually helps recipient communities. It's a really effective marketing strategy. And to be brief, Tom's, which is Tom's started out when the founder was inspired to provide shoes to children in Argentina after a trip there. The company is huge now, and it cites in its impact report that over 13 years, it donated 95 million shoes to many countries. But the problem was that there was no research done in advance on how this affected recipient communities. And the research was actually done after the company had been in operation for over a decade and done by independent researchers. So the first study that was done was a cluster randomized trial testing the effects of their donations in rural El Salvador. And they tested specifically for the impacts that Tom cited in its impact reports, physical and emotional health and school attendance. And the results, surprise, were not good for Tom's. They were mostly insignificant impacts on foot and overall health. There was mixed effects on emotional health and a small impact on school attendance just for boys. And then to counter this mild improvement was the finding that the SU donations created some feelings of of dependence on foreign aid and reduction of feelings of self-sufficiency among people there. The researchers noted that the country had widespread access to shoes and education already, so they weren't an appropriate topic or target for the donation. But millions of donations are shipped to similar regions by this company. And their main takeaway was that socially conscious companies need to do research before they start making donations. And there's a lot of information about like whether it could just be shifted to a different country. In short, the donation infrastructure is a real problem for a lot of these companies, in that they have a hard time finding places to give the products to, and they end up dumping them. And that was the case for Tom's. And this is one example, but there's lots of different examples of how these type of social businesses end up failing the communities they're attempting or saying that they're helping without even really seeing what they're doing, or in some cases maybe knowing and choosing not to pay attention to what's going on. So Tom's, after 2 studies came out showing that these negative responses, they tried to shift and introduce new lines and started doing things a little bit differently. As a result, the company had experienced a dramatic fall in sales and had creditors taking over a couple of years ago in 2019. And despite the change, the company still exists. It doesn't give an indication that there are new models they've developed are research or evidence-based either. And they don't prove that they provide a concrete benefit to communities or individuals. So that's just one example. There's so many examples out there of these types of businesses. And I just want to say that I think this issue is important to different people for different reasons. In this case, it was important to me because I, felt like, oh, I'm doing a good thing. I'm buying these glasses. I don't want to fool myself that buying a branded product makes a difference in this way. But as a librarian, I work with students who want to develop ethical businesses, and it's important to them because some of them honestly care about doing this work. And it's also important to people who may be investigating businesses because a business in their community might not be as ethical as it claims, for a personal or academic or journalism project as part of social justice work. And so finally, the solution that I'm working on is a framework for evaluating businesses that can be used by business owners or by others. And because it's a research-based framework, librarians are an ideal group to work with business students or students in other areas that might incorporate business, entrepreneurs, and others. And the major components of the framework include assessing the initial issue or issues in the communities, assessing the enterprise or potential enterprise, evaluating,
No, I just very quick because I have to go to the next question. I'm
definitely
sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. So evaluating the social enterprise or business models, comparing solutions, investigating similar situations, developing ongoing assessment tools, and critically examining company research frameworks.
Sorry, I give you the word as soon as I finish my new question, but you can follow your mind with this. Could you tell us more how your findings or what your findings are telling us about the future of libraries and librarianship? So what does it change for us as librarians, for example?
Actually, what I wanted to do was try and look at both of ours, because I think that I think there's some commonalities among my topic and also Pascal's from how I understand it. That it's like it's a push to move beyond neutrality and critically examine research, community and political context among library circles, and also in the community and or like wider than community, social and political realm. And the idea of neutrality and post-neutrality, it seems like one of the most significant issues I'm seeing in libraries today, and that's coming in the form of libraries choosing whether or not to provide, provide a platform for trans-exclusionary radical feminists, or choosing their cataloging practices or positioning of collections in certain ways, depending on if they're, racist or transphobic or homophobic. And my experience is that this continues to be just an incredibly contentious area, that there are librarians staunchly in favor of like free speech at any cost. And also many of us that believe that this is dehumanizing and actually prevents people from being able to use the library. So it's not an unbiased way of acting at all to sort of protect free speech in that way. I also, as being part of a business or being part of a university, I mean, I see this extends way beyond libraries. And it's one of the major issues in universities today too. And this plays out for anyone that's familiar with the TV show, The Chair. We can see it on the popular show where there's so-called academic freedom of the university faculties in contest with what's described as wokeism. And it's in a really an exaggerated way in this show, I think, in that it shows that there are these students which are in this Ivy League that's, and they're unrealistically, I think, depicted mostly as racialized students who are angry and certainly unforgiving of even small infractions by the faculty members who are fighting for their freedom of speech in some cases, or like their jobs. And it's, you know, it kind of mirrors the extreme emotions that I see of some faculty who infer that students are threatening the integrity of academic research because of wanting just to be treated like humans and have that sort of equity and diversity initiatives embedded as part of the universities. So I can talk about this for a long time, but I don't want to take up too much time. I think conventionally librarians in businesses, at least, we like interact with business research in a very concrete way and mostly are providing access, but I'm trying to do work that's sort of critically evaluating some of this. Like these ratings, like ESG ratings, like I mentioned, and other ways of accessing information. And I just want to reiterate what David Lankus had said earlier about making sure that we're not just serving our communities, but we're part of those communities and we have a say into how we practice.
So thank you very much. And maybe Pascal, I will ask you the same questions about how you see the future of libraries depending on your findings. You are mute.
Sorry. Yes, I think there is a real problem of perception of self and of perception of self in a set of actors who ultimately do the same things. If you see the EE mission looks like David Lanker's mission of libraries, if we all agree that we have only 6 years to make major changes in society. So the solution I am currently exploring is to create a shared representation of possible EE activities using the 8 mandates of libraries according to David Lankes. And it's important to get back to the why we are doing things when we want to explain what we do to someone who doesn't know the library word at all. We can also use these 8 mandates to boost brainstorming when we are looking for activities to put in place about a special need. For example, to make people understand that we must also limit our digital consumption to reach the carbon emission targets. To be able to describe our activities for each of these 8 mandates is to regain power, confidence, and creativity in the very scary times we live in. We must do this for ourselves and for others. As privileged people, who are more than others responsible for the problems we have created. Problems which now profoundly impact the right to subsist of millions of living beings, human and non-human. And yes, we have a duty to do our best. This is post-neutrality for me, this humility, but also solidarity, because as science tells us, the only way to succeed as a group in a context of crisis like the one where we are, is doing it together and helping each other. That's all.
Thank you very much. So before that, I do a summary of this roundtable. I would like to give you, to both of you, a time for maybe a final thought, final ideas that you would like to share with our audience about your lecture. Maybe Rhys?
Sure, thanks so much. Yeah, again, I'm really interested in the commonalities outlined in our topics. And then especially, I guess I've been thinking, considering we're on the same panel, it's really interesting to see how different the practice-based topics are. and I think it shows some of the wide range of possibilities that librarians to contribute to these post-neutrality practices. And I've tried to, like, while we were talking, highlight a few things that I think might be commonalities, which are the prioritizing the networks and partnerships, which I think really, especially just a moment ago, you touched on, Pascal, and looking at full systems and critically, looking at full systems as a whole, which is something that I saw outlined in your paper, and then also critically looking at existing paradigms that those systems enact. Yeah, just from what I can see as far as prioritizing networks and partnerships, actually this links to what I think Bill had mentioned earlier, that opponents aren't swayed by information. That I think a lot of the focus that we need to have is like developing relationships and working with those people we have relationships with. And I think this actually touches on, I don't want to get too far ahead, but I see a comment about a role that librarians can play in the problems of like these social enterprises and misinformation or not lacking that information. I think it's something that there's a lot of opportunities for, and it's a matter of looking for the people that are interested in that information first, because that's the first step before we're trying to convince our opponents. I mean, I'm working with business students currently, like I mentioned, who are very interested in trying to produce social businesses. I think that's one, but other people that are interested in uncovering the not so social aspects of businesses, people like I've worked with students that are actually not in business, but are investigating businesses because they are part of humanities or arts, where they're sort of doing a social justice focus. So students are a big part, but there's also small business people that come to public libraries regularly. I know I worked at a public library in the business area, and we worked with small entrepreneurs there. There are incubators where they have libraries associated with them. So there's a number of different applications, I think. And I think that, I guess there's a couple of different ways I can see this sort of like relevant to both of our areas, is that looking for those like partnerships, like seeing whether there's silos that can be bridged, because I think that's sort of the best case scenario, people that want that information and trying to connect them. Looking at the full systems, like I mentioned, and I think that usually it comes down to neoliberalism is the root of the issues that we're talking about, like where there's like the structural pressures that create a belief system. And then I think that affects any information seeking acts that we have, and we need to acknowledge this. And Jorge made a point about embedding advocacy within information education. And I think it's one that I think it's a point that really deserves consideration, because I think it's already happening. But if we acknowledge it, at least we can direct it in some way, as opposed to just assuming that we were learning neutrality in library school. I know that was the focus 15 years ago when I went to library school, was like how to be neutral as possible. And I'm glad that the conversation is shifting away from that and to actually how it's happening.
Okay.
Okay. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Maybe a last word too, a last idea, a last talk.
Yes, I think it's important to develop shared languages, like in the other panel where we point that need, and to be able to understand each word, because my finding is the people don't communicate and don't be able to understand that they are doing the same things, and they can help each other. So that is the first thing. For the subject of the topic of evaluation, my finding is when you look at what the libraries are doing in the field of environmental education, they don't identify that topic so well, but also because of that, they don't evaluate their impacts. They don't put goals. They don't know that they are doing education at even, and so they don't evaluate their impact. This is one of the many findings of environmental education as discipline. When you educate, you have to evaluate. It's also a bond with Reese because there is a need to do research and to share, to communicate and to evaluate and to share that the tools we have to evaluate, we have to share them. And for example, as a librarian, we have tools that perhaps enterprise or not, I don't know, don't know so well. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much to the both of you. It was very, very interesting. I will try to do a summary of some point that I think maybe, I don't know, it's not a summary of what you said, it's more a summary of questions and remarks I have about your project and the documents you send me. So first, I would like to say that these two lectures you give and you share speak of the role of libraries in the construction of institution and organization that will have a real social impact, which bring us back, in fact, to a positioning of libraries, both in the transformation of our society, which is not neutral, but also in the definition and application of an impact evaluation measure. And who says evaluation cannot say neutrality, I think. So that's the first point. Then a question maybe, does this situation of accompanying these movements of environmental and social commitments lead to the development of new skills of librarian, or it is a question of developing the use of library skills in new fields? And the corollary of having a broader vision of our scope of action is, on the one hand, to know if it is perceived and desired by our colleagues, and on the other hand, if it is perceived and supported by our main funders, like university, municipalities, or also. Another element that I think it is useful to mention in the summary, that these new postures invite us to work differently with new partners, as you say, who have different views on society, which requires from us more than ever to have the qualities of listening and empathy. And finally, and to conclude, my last remark is that these new approaches are based on an ethical relationship between librarians and their profession, which in my opinion calls into question the training that we give as a librarian teacher, and which is perhaps more often related to what is called in France deontology, that is to say what is acceptable or not acceptable practices, rather than moral position on society, and which consequently lead us to think and practice our profession differently. So that was to wrap up the lecture, saying nothing stupid. And now I think we are just on time to have a discussion with the audience. So if you have some questions, please tell us on the chat. But I see that there were some questions during the lecture. So maybe for beginning, I think, David, you asked something. You asked, social impact companies need to do research on their impact. That's libraries as well, correct? Showing concrete benefits. So maybe I'll let you answer the questions, Reese or Pascal. Or David, if you want to complete. Maybe Reese?
Sure, I'm happy to step in. Yeah, I think that's definitely the idea, is that I think, like, ideally these companies would do their own research. If they're not doing research, I think where we step in, or where I've stepped in at least, is advocating that this is a service that we can help students learn how to do. Students who are in entrepreneurship, or are, I know in my university there's, fashion and engineering students that also want to work in business, in social businesses, and training them how to really evaluate whether a business is going to have that kind of impact that they hope for. And I think sometimes I see where they actually decide that, this is not something that's possible to do, which I think is a realistic view in a lot of cases, but also offering that service in public libraries, etc.
Pascal, would you like to add something? something?
Yes, my observation here in Montreal is from the point of view of evaluation. Now, transition communities and even the environmental education research, they know how to evaluate, and they've really developed ways of evaluating and do that in a collective impact way, and we are, I think we are far from doing that in our libraries. So we can learn a lot from that partners we don't have really right now. But the other thing I wanted to say is we have to learn from them, but they have to learn from us also. You know, when I went to a meeting with a special organization here in transition, and I talk about what is a library from the point of view of David Lankes, and I explain everything, and they were surprised that they told me, well, what we want to do is a library. You know, they didn't see that. They are just bringing out third places as it was the first time they are inventing the new library of the 21st century. But we think about that sort of places from a long time ago, and we can explain. We have tools for that. So the learning is back and forth.
There was another question from David too. David, maybe for Rhys specifically, but Pascal, if you want to intervene, no problem, of course. But Rhys, do you think there is a role for librarians in holding social impact companies to account? A service to help them to do that, for example?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I guess my first go-to is working with companies that are already agreeable and want this. But as far as offering a service, I think that there could be a way that certainly public libraries could do that, since they're already serving that business community, and maybe advocating along with other community members to hold companies accountable by providing that service to social justice or other groups that are working on uncovering company like issues like this in companies. So I could see maybe it working for businesses as well as for those social justice organizations.
Thank you. Pascal, you want to add something?
Yeah, it's very interesting when you take the 8 mandates of the library from David Lankes' mandates of library. There is the second one. I think it's let me see, economic stimulus. When you look at these mandates now, there is a lot to improve in that mandate from the point of view of environmental education, because we have to do more. We do some very interesting things, but we have to do more to help to understand the new field of enterprise here. There are the landscapes of the economic landscapes from the point of view of social economic enterprise are moving fastly, and we have to help people know that and understand that. I think it's a huge field we have to go in, and all the well, my English is too poor. I stop there.
But if I could just jump in, because I'm sorry, this is a really important thing for me. The idea that you know, all right, so like is in my sort of, these are ways we justify libraries, economic stimulus. Honestly, you know, when I include that, it's almost a sort of throwaway. Well, of course, libraries help businesses and et cetera. And what I'm hearing from you, both of you, is the idea that that's also not a neutral act, that if we're going to stimulate economy, we want to do it in a sustainable way, in an ethical way, in a well-researched way. I mean, is that once again, sorry, that was my light bulb moment, but am I capturing that well for you too?
I can't hear you anymore. Are you okay? Are you there? Okay.
Yes.
Well.
I would say absolutely. I mean, I think there's such a focus, and again, I'm striving not to speak only from an academic's perspective, an academic library perspective, but I think when we look at business schools, for example, there's an underlying structure of neoliberalism that's not only like taught to students, but taught to students so that they continue that. So it's not teaching just what the structure is right now, but it's enforcing that structure and reinforcing it. And I think, and there's certainly no unbiased, like there's no lack of bias there. So I think within libraries, if we're saying, you know, this is the information that we are, or the information seeking behavior that we are presenting, and acknowledging the bias that we might have, which might be against neoliberalism or questioning a lot of these things, you know, at the very most, all that does is sort of help to provide some balance in a lot of cases. And I think we can see similar sorts of situations in other information environments.
In fact, libraries sustain the share economy. I don't know if it's the term. We are strongly supporting a certain type of economy. For example, when you have a collection of books and so on, but we don't realize all the power of different that sort of economy, and it's a very important thing, because right now with the pandemic, all there is not only the economy of money. There is also
right, the sharing economy.
Yes,
and
it's very important. If you don't have that, the society goes down. So we have to help to understand that. We have also Wikipedia and so on and so on. And this is our word. The librarians, we know that word very well, but we don't realize that we have to defend more openly that type of economy.
Maybe what you say is giving me the opportunity to go to the next question. Vanessa was asking, what are the implications for LIS education? based on this discussion. So related to what you say, how to improve the training of the students, from librarian students this time, for this. Pascal, your ID, then Reese,
Yes,
your ID maybe.
Reese, I don't know if you want to I can begin. Well,
let's go, Pascal. Let's go. Yeah.
I think it's very important now. The lack I see in the education of librarians is the lack of it's very important and very urgent to educate our students in how you make systemic impact, because now they are beginning there are universities that teach that, but it's very important because we are in a business of systemic impact, and we don't know the 20 years of research there is on that subject. So we can't understand how to do that really, but it's our business, and for me it's very important to move very fast on that.
Thank you. Reese, your ID to change the librarian school?
Yeah, I agree with everything Pascal said. I would add that in specialty courses, like there'll often be courses on, say, business research or other sort of subject specialties, to give concrete ways that librarians can look at the structure, that's the sort of underlying assumed structure within those disciplines, and do research that is not just falling in line with those disciplines, but going beyond it.
So maybe Vanessa, I don't know if you had some idea to share about this question. Yeah, you have some idea.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's just interesting listening to your presentations, because as I put in the chat before, I've been thinking a lot about the increasing connection within like academia and between, I should say, academia and industry. And so I've just been thinking about implications for education, because I understand to some degree that it's important to play the game, so to speak, just to align with like our budget models and getting butts in seats and all of that sort of stuff, right? Because we are within a neo-capitalist institution. But at the same time, I like the idea of then having these educational strategies and teaching students how to do this research, making them aware and teaching them how to engage in this critical thinking. Because if you could get them in the room in the first place, then you could kind of communicate that. And I think that that also ties in with our last session too, in thinking about how we might use language as a way to bring in people into spaces where they might not have necessarily came in, and then we can kind of give them different opportunities and access to information in a way that advances a social justice centric agenda. So sorry, not really a question, but just a comment. Thank you again for your thoughts.
Thank you very much. We have 4 minutes, I think. So if you have some questions in the audience, so please feel free, take the mic or just write something on the chat window. I don't know if there is a question. So maybe I have a question to finish. So in fact, it's a question for Reese about the framework do you present in your video? And I was thinking that could you just share with the audience the framework and explaining the different step of the framework?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks so much for the opportunity, because I know that I focused a lot in the background as opposed to the actual what I covered in the video. So the research framework was intended to be used by researchers or librarians, or by business people themselves, especially if they're working in contest with librarians. And it's useful for either people working on a business or a prospective business, or people evaluating businesses in their community, or they were interested in the environment. The first step of the framework is to assess the initial issue. So that's looking at what the issue is in the community, the history of the problem, any structural roots. So usually there'll be some issue that these organizations are focusing on. And just a note that real social ventures would aim to address structural or root problems rather than sort of stopgap problems. Taking a look at the enterprise and whether it's actually embedded in the community and whether the social benefit is an essential part of the business's model. Evaluate different social enterprise or business models. I gave one example, the buy one, give one, but there's lots of different types of models. Comparing different solutions, even outside of businesses, to make sure that we're not just jumping to a business solution when there's something else that's more community embedded. Investigating similar situations, so taking a look at different regions that have had that problem and different things that had failed or succeeded or were in progress and how they were doing. Either developing or evaluating ongoing assessment tools for this whole process, so that there's not sort of a let's do the research and then we'll do the business and never have any kind of assessment. And then finally, critically examining the company research framework. So looking at this whole research framework and how what was missing, what gaps there were, and tailoring it to the specific company or business.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Pascal, maybe you want to,
yes, I want
complete
to
with
say
your
that what Reese just explained, it's very interesting because in environmental education research, there is a special exercise it's exercise to help people to take a better conscience of what they are eating. So you find, for example, you eat that each morning, and then you have to learn about the enterprise that do that from many points of view to realize that you don't know nothing about that enterprise. So it's a very interesting link between the two words, and we can.
Okay. So okay, and to wrap up and to do the link between your both lecture. So first, I thank you. Really, both of you. It's not an easy exercise, and invite the audience to go to see the papers and videos and documents that Reese and Pascal have shared with us. So thank you to all of you, and thanks to all the organizer. And I think it's time. Ciao.
You did perfect. It is time. Again, great coordination. They're ending exactly on time. So let me go ahead again and work my magic with my screen share. So we have another coffee and bio break for the next 15 minutes or so, and then we will reconvene for our third session. I'll see everyone in 15. All right, is it time for me to come in and end the coffee break? I think so. And so what I'm going to do now is turn us over to our next session and moderator, which is Dr. David Lenke. So I will let you go ahead and take it away and stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask our panelists, if you're here, to please turn on your cameras. We'll do the intro and bring you on. So my name is David Lankus. I am the Bowden Professor at the University of Texas at Austin. And I'm going to be the moderator talking about the theoretical and conceptual treatments of post-neutrality. It's a topic I'm particularly really interested in because up to this point, we've had a great conversation around how it applies, how we see it in practice, but now we're sort of trying to dig into deeper cores. So let me begin, if I may, by introducing and I once again apologize ahead of time, but Frank Huisman from the University of Amsterdam on the Faculty of Social and Behavioral Sciences, who does work in information society and the transformation of public libraries through an endowed chair at the KB National Library of the Netherlands. I also want to introduce Suniva, pardon me, Evgen, who is an associate professor at the Oslo Metropolitan University, a really fantastic university in the Department of Archivistics, Library and Information Science, and studies library science and information policy there. Thank you for joining us today. And I would like to also welcome Johanna Uzani from the, I did that wrong. I can see that in the smile. I'm sorry. From the Ministry of Culture, the French Ministry of Culture. So thank you all very much for coming and having our conversation today. If I can begin then with a quick asking you what is the problem that your work identifies? And if we can start with Frank.
Yes, well, the paper that I'm still in the process of writing, apologies for that, is dealing with, well, it's it counterposes the notions of neutrality and equality or balance, if you will. I would prefer the term balance. And what I'm trying to do is to trace these notions back to social theory. So that would include, for instance, Jürgen Habermas's work on structural transformation of the public sphere, which has been challenged by many authors, but most notably Chantal Mouffe from Belgium. And yeah, I'm trying to well to bring this notion of balance back to well, to both authors, and to see what kind of solutions their approaches bring to bear to the subject. So it's quite theoretical, I admit, but well, I can come up with some kind of with some examples and just to clarify.
Very good, thank you. And I also apologize. We've been joined by Patricia Piera, who will also be part of the panel. And actually, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and throw it to you for a moment to talk about and ask you the question about what problem you've been working on and seeking to identify.
Hello, I'm representing my colleagues because they are working and it's impossible to be here. So the paper that my colleagues made, it was intended to explore the librarians' perceptions of the role of libraries in Society 5.0. And the problem that we had, it was there are not a lot of information about the librarians and the libraries in the Society 5.0.
Very good, thank you. Joanna, can I ask you to address what you've been working on?
Yes, of course, thank you. So hello, everyone. So last year during my training to become a librarian, I conducted a research on social responsibility in academic libraries in France. So I was very impressed by the previous discussions. And so the main issue I want to address today is that during my research, I noticed a kind of self-censorship that can affect librarians because they don't feel legitimate enough to engage themselves or to take action beyond the role that is commonly assigned to them. And so the first step for me in my work was to identify and try to define the main relevant concepts when it comes to social responsibility. So that's why I worked on notions such as legitimacy, engagement, and exemplarity, which in my opinion are all interlinked together. And I realized that legitimacy, which was the main topic of the abstract I submitted, was both a notional and a practical issue. Notional because it implies a legal dimension. I mean, questions could be, what is the legal framework I'm acting in? Am I, as a library, legitimate to take action? Or as a library or as a librarian, because in some countries, like in France, we are also civil servants, so there are also lots of questions. And so it was both a notional and a practical issue because it also implies considering skills that can be technical or managerial. So I think legitimacy is a very interesting notion that has to be discussed. And so my idea was to analyze the different dimension of institutional legitimacy, institutional and individual legitimacy. And through that, I think the goal could be to help librarians understand better the drivers of legitimacy and feel more legitimate when they are conducting new kinds of actions.
Thank you very much. Sunniva, if you could talk a little bit about the area that you're addressing.
Yes, thank you. I will. Hello, everyone. My paper, or my text, as I probably should call it, is related to research interest that I've had for quite a few years now, which goes to explore the role of the public library as a role, with the role it has for democracy, for creating participation, empowerment, and so on and so forth. So what I've tried to do, or try to focus on, is how the librarians come into play in this context. Because if public libraries are arenas for empowerment, creation, and participation, and so forth, it requires that the librarian also takes an active part. And what does this entail, and what competencies does this require? And what are the implications for LIS educators, such as myself? The catchphrase in recent years, at least in the research arenas that I've been involved in, has been that libraries move from a focus on collections to a focus on connections, social processes surrounding the content of libraries. And so I wanted to explore how librarians can build relationships, because I think that's a key factor. And how do librarians build relationships with individuals, in the neighborhood, in the community, with organizations, and so on and so forth. So that's what I tried to focus on in the paper.
Thank you very much. I already have my first set of questions, which is fantastic. But let's stick with the agenda for now, and then we'll dive in, or else. And I really hope we can get some conversation. So, and I'll stick with you if I may, which is, what do your findings and observations tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship in relation to this topic? Sunniva?
I have to admit that I'm in a very early stage of this process, or this research I'm very interested in. So I don't have any results to present. It's just more of an idea and a notion that I think maybe this is something that librarians, practicing library professionals, are very aware of, their sort of relational role. But I'm not sure that we as LIS educators are so concerned with this relational aspects of interpersonal skills and so on and so forth. So I want to bring to the table a concept that's called relational competence, and I want to explore that to sort of, is this a thing? Is this something real that we can sort of work with? And I think I also want to address the more complex issues concerning this relational role. How do you resolve conflict? How do you talk to different people? How do you bring people together and create sort of an inclusive environment? I think librarians, they're trying to develop libraries to be these participatory arenas, but that's challenging, I think, and it requires something of this relational aspect that's I'm very interested in, but still at the very exploratory stage.
Just so working my way back. So Frank, can you talk a little bit then about how your findings really begin to inform where we need to go with librarianship and libraries?
Let me give you one example, a recent example from a thing that happened at the library in the Netherlands. There was an afternoon session where queer people were reading stories aloud for children. And I think the room was rather filled, both with kids and their parents. But outside the library, there was a group of protesters saying that kids should not be exposed to queer people or to stories about queer people or queer animals, because in children's stories, characters are often animals. So there's also a recent example of that from Hungary. I read this week, and in the end, the protesters entered the public library, and the library said, "Okay, we have to cancel this meeting because we cannot guarantee the safety of the people in the library." So how do you in fact, that is a kind of capitulation for what was happening for the protesters. But you can also say that maybe the library did not prepare this meeting well enough in advance. I mean, in hindsight, because it's always easy to come up with this kind of criticism or with this kind of consultations afterwards. But if you try to open the public library, the programming in the public library for various kinds of, let's say, issues that are very salient in society, then you have to be aware that you can, you can be confronted with this kind of tensions between groups fiercely opposing and proponing this kind of issues. So how do you go about it? I mean, if you go back to Habermas, for instance, he would have that in the end, opposing political views would have to find a compromise and come together through rational discussion and come up with some kind of, let's say, balance. And what I think what is problematic in that view is that there are enough examples of conflicting views and opinions in society where this consensus never comes about, and this means for public libraries and librarians in particular that you have to recognize probably that you will never be able to bring people together in that sense. But what you can do is at least confront the opposing views with each other and try to come up with some kind of agreeing to disagree, and that in practice that means I don't think it means that in the case of this example that the library should have organized a discussion with proponents and opponents of trans and queer and all kinds of sexual orientations or identifications, but at least they should be very open about it. And even if you decide to have one opposing fraction at one time in the library, and the next week you devote your attention to the opposing side, then you can at least be very transparent about it and very open and very communicative to the outside world and saying, okay, this is how we want to go about. We have a series of programs devoted to all kinds of the supporters and opponents of this
program, right?
this program or this issue at hand, and that this is what we have to be very open about. So your personal opinion will sooner or later be also taken account of, but you have to be aware that this is our role.
Right.
Our role is to to give the stage to all the kinds of groups in society and opinions in society.
So if I may, Johanna, if I can come over to you, because I would imagine standing up in front of community backlash and communities with very strong different opinions, the role of the librarian in whether it's mediating, moderating, communicating, canceling, what have you, probably deals a lot with their sense of legitimacy in doing that. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, totally.
So can you talk then a little bit about what your findings are about how we prepare librarians to sort of take on that role?
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, and I totally agree with what has just been explained, I'm convinced that librarians have to undertake more openly their political role because they have the ability to question human interactions in society, and not because they have the answers, but because they are able to question. So that's exactly what you said before. And I know that, of course, it's easier for me to say that talking from a liberal democracy, and I know how privileged I am to say that very easily. And again, we discussed that earlier this morning. So what I noticed is that librarians are constantly trying out new methods and projects that can have a strong political impact, and they are experimenting on themselves as structures and on their services. And in my abstract, in my work, I used Mark Zuckman, who is an American sociologist, typology, who distinguishes three kinds of institutional legitimacy. The first one is the moral legitimacy, that is to say, it's the belief that one acts for the common good. Then you have the cognitive legitimacy, that is to say, a way to describe the comprehensibility of the organization, of the activities of the organization. And then you have the pragmatic legitimacy, which refers to the services provided by the structure in a given context, that is to say, in a legal environment. And so what I noticed is that the organization can work on itself to try to deal with issues such as inclusion, for example, and I know this is going to be a topic that is going to be discussed a lot later, or on the kind of services they can provide, because librarians are always trying to match evolving expectations and new concerns. And I worked on sustainable development goals and how libraries are trying to implement them in their services. And so, starting from the legal framework, the legal environment, which is not always very clear. For example, just what was explained, the example is just perfect by Frank, is that sometimes the line is a bit blurred, and librarians have to choose. They have to take responsibility for choosing one side or the other. And I would say that's the most, I don't know, and we'll discuss about it, I guess, but I would say that's the most difficult part, because sometimes we just don't know, and we can take a decision because we want to maintain public order, and maybe that's just the best reason you have at the moment it happens. And sometimes it's more clear, and really, yeah, it depends. And the work I conducted doesn't give very precise answers on that. So, yes, sorry. But it helps knowing that there is not one answer, that there are different situations you have to deal with and to analyze and to discuss, and then to find the best option you have.
Well, and one of the thoughts that we're going, and I'm going to go to Patricia in a moment, but if what we're talking about is, as libraries have moved increasingly to focusing on community and community development, community learning, less around collection development, those communities have unique challenges that aren't necessarily universal. So we're beginning to move away from concrete skills of how to, everyone does these following things, to suddenly being in a much more ambiguous situation where we're asking professionals to make decisions, which I think are very much about the relationships they build and very much about their feeling of legitimacy in doing that. I'm sorry, I'm writing the chapter, so go ahead. I'm wondering that how does this fit into a Society 5.0 framework, Patricia, if I could bring you in at this point?
Thank you. For the things that we were saying, I agree 100% what was saying here. And I'm going to give an example, like Frank said. In Portugal, we have like a live history. So you don't say the history you don't read the book, but you say about your life, your own book. So it's part of the community. People of our community goes to the main library and tell their own story. So it's kind of like what Frank said, but I think it's very important to connect the community with the normal function of the library, the actual an antique function of the library, because right now we need to connect more with the community. So in addition of being information centers, the libraries must become community places for the dialogue, and also the collaboration and cooperation to improve people's well-being. So far, we have this kind of information about the results that we had. We only had less than 200 results in this paper that I'm presenting, and only 2 were relevant, and that is very low for important results about this work. So the role of librarians as knowledge managers in the area of big data, which is one of the elements used by the Society 5.0, is to manage data in order to make knowledge useful to improve the well-being of individuals. The function of data librarians are becoming more and more common. And another role of librarians is to synthesize the information, to make it an active contributor to the well-being of individuals. That is the connection that we try to have with our community every year, and all the things that we try to have an activity to connect the librarians, the thing that the community thinks the librarians and the libraries are, and the connection with the community and the Society 5.0 and that. And it's like the examples that we talk about here.
So if people are comfortable, what I'd like to do is move into a discussion, and then I'll give you guys a chance at the end to sort of give final thoughts, if that's all right. And then once again, for the folks, please send in questions or comments you want to add to it, because sort of what I'm sitting here hearing about, once again, communities and the need to support the communities. I think we throw that word around very easily. Right? It's the idea of, well, we'll throw a little community at this, and we'll throw a little community at that, and we'll put a community over here and it'll be fine. And what I was struck by your abstract and what you've been thinking about is, it's not just about communities naturally and organically happen, it's about relationships and building those relationships and some of the skills. So can you talk to me a little bit about, these, as you're envisioning the relational competencies, what does that look like?
Well, let me also give an example, because it makes it easier. And it was actually a research project that I did with a colleague a couple of years ago that started this train of thought in my head. And we did sort of a case study of a public library in Oslo, capital of Norway, which is only for kids from 10 to 15 years old. It's a public library, but restricted access. So and this library is considered to be a great success. And we wanted to sort of learn more about this. Why does it work? Why do these children sort of come and they stay and they hang out and they perform and they do all kinds of things? How does it happen? And we spent a lot of time there, and we talked to the library staff, who aren't trained librarians, I should add, but at least they work there and they really know their library. And what they said, and what was clear to us too, became clear, was that one of our informants said, it's all about relations. When the kids come here, when they're new, we see them, we build relationships with them, we learn their names, we make it safe. Because if they don't feel safe, they don't want to perform, they don't want to present their ideas, they don't want to do anything except, stay in their bubble and hang out with their friends. They don't want to interact. So they wanted to create this participatory library, but it took them some time to discover how does this actually happen. But in the end, it was all about relationships. And I was like, well, this is super interesting, but these are kids. Maybe it's different for adults, but I think all librarians have this role where they need to interact with organizations and politicians and library users. And so it's this sort of personal element where you communicate, you build trust, maybe you're involved in resolving conflict. You create an arena that's not just about what's there and the furniture or the books or whatever. It's about the people and how they sort of come together. And they don't always come together by themselves. They need they need someone to build the bridge.
Well, and Frank, if I could bring you in here for a moment, because in reading your paper and discussing this, and even you made the comment, but whether it's Habermas, and which was the idea that, correct me on the phrase, but it was something like good intentioned people having rational conversations could come to a compromise. And I think even with your example, the protesters and the people doing the queer story time, that's a loaded, the idea that they're going to come together and say, let's now have a calm, rational conversation where we can find common ground, seems a little idealistic. And I believe actually you sort of put this in the paper. How do we bring these different groups together?
Well, I didn't say it was easy. No, I think there's one question in the comments by Shannon Altman. What about multiple, overlapping, and sometimes conflicting communities? I think that's exactly what the point that we're talking about here. When talking about strengthening communities, improving communities, we should not overlook that question. That given limited amounts of time, money, space, we have to sometimes make questions as librarians, and so we can't maybe make compromises all the time. So we, if you want to improve one part of the community, so to speak, you might also affect another part of the community negatively by not dedicating as much attention to them as you did to that first group. So that's I think it's quite difficult, and maybe it's not something that librarians, traditional view, are very much trained at. So that would also need a lot of training to how to deal with these conflicting opinions and to try to keep everyone focused at the discussion instead of becoming very angry and to the point that they will even beat each other. But I think it's I think as long as you communicate to the outside world that this is in fact a very hard thing to do, but nevertheless, as a public library, you have the task to try to build bridges, even if you will not bring people to compromise and to to engage in rational discussion. It is still your duty to do that, and in the service of the community, not so much the whole community, not so much part of the community, but in the long run, given disbalances, temporary disbalances in the amount of time you devote to one group and not to the other, in the long run, you will serve the whole of the community in a more or less balanced way. I think that would be my.
Yeah. So once again, I think we're going to, for me, as I'm going to remember this symposium, is watching Dave learn in public. And the concept of relational skills and the concepts of creating these forums and creating a connected community. But I keep coming around to this notion of the feeling of legitimacy, because I talk a lot about librarians being facilitators, but really what that means is we're asking people to go into potentially contentious environments and mediate in some ways, and some ways push those communities where they may not be going from. And so I keep, sorry, Joanna, I'm just coming back to this idea of, how do we is that a really significant change in how we prepared librarians to this point, or is it an amplification of something we've talked about in the past?
Well, it's not an easy question, but what I hear is that librarians have to think about the core values they are defending and they are kind of implementing in their daily work. And I'm no one to say what these values are. I would say that they are common values that can be shared by all professionals in the world, let's say, basically. And my feeling, but it's a personal feeling and we can totally discuss about it, is that almost every library and by extension every librarian should wonder what are the most important values that I want to put in my work, and to discuss it with the colleagues, with the patrons, with users. I think that's one of the most important things, because your work depends a lot on who the user is and what kind of subjects he wants to be addressed. So I think that could be the starting point, just to discuss these values, and that would be shared. And it's a never-ending process, because it can change. I don't know. I couldn't say every year. I have no idea, but it changes through time, depending on countries, depending on circumstances, on a lot of things. But that would be for me the ground. How can I say that? Yeah,
the groundwork for that. Yeah, the basis.
Yeah, exactly, the basis. And of course, you cannot. I will start with that. I would stop. Sorry. You cannot ignore the legal framework. You cannot ignore law. You cannot ignore all these things. But on a methodic approach, you can consider what is there, like what is your environment, who are your patrons. You can try to list all these things, and then you can, starting from that point, you can think about what you want to do and how you want to do it. That's what I would.
You bring up, and something we may have a chance to circle back to, but I love that sometimes we need to differentiate the library from the librarians. I think we all too often sort of ascribe these goals and facets and natures to an institution, when in fact what I read in all of your work was the idea that individual agency matters here, professional ethics, professional skills, et cetera, matter here. Patricia, I'm wondering, I'm pulling a question that came from the chat where there's a really great conversation going on, so I love this. But they talk about, as you mentioned in the framework of Society 5.0 and serving these communities and connecting these communities. What do you do when the community is in conflict? Can you still sort of operate in that environment?
I think that we need to have more librarians with an open mind that understand the community and understand the legal part that Joanna was also saying. But I think that in society 5.0 or 5.0, it depends on the person that talks. I think that the libraries need to understand how the users need the information, and how the users can easily access that information and connect. And that is the part that connects the librarians and the library with the community, not having a conflict, because the librarians understand how the community and the user needs the information and what kind of information they need. And the information that is really relevant and in an immediate way. Sorry, my English. And it must also provide the equal table. I think is that term. The equity, the equality. I think it's that the term that the part of access the user to the information.
Shannon, if I could add, Shannon Altman has been, if I'm trying to do some paraphrasing, but you're having a great conversation. Can I ask you to come in and share your questions and your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I really wrestle with serving communities and when those communities are in conflict, and how we serve diverse communities, because diversity is a core value of librarianship, but how we also fulfill social responsibility, because that's a core value of librarianship. So if we don't serve conservative right-wing communities, people who are protesting queer folks at a children's program, if we don't serve those folks, then are we just writing off some people in our neighborhoods? But if we do serve them, then how are we fulfilling the ethics of social responsibility? I think some of these values are really in conflict with one another. And I'd like to hear your views on it.
Anyone want to take this one?
Yeah, maybe I could. I just wrote something in the chat about it. I think you need to. We have to try to keep. Well, maybe also to explain that we are dealing here with conflicting values and conflicting opinions. So that maybe can never be reconciled, but. I think it stops where, as an institute adhering to enlightenment or liberal democratic values, you have to deal with groups who do not underwrite these values. So I think it stops there. But until that happens, until you have to draw the conclusion that you cannot keep the conversation going because they do not adhere to these values, because they want to, big word, destroy democracy or the democratic base. You have to try to keep them involved.
I'm wondering then how do we if I can come back to you for a moment and thinking about what's popped up here which is once again the agency of the librarian versus the institutional role of the library. When you were studying, say, the children's library, looking at these, right? They're publicly funded. They are, sort of part of a community. How do the sort of, back to this neutrality, is there an unbiased way of interacting with the communities around this, given the notion of building relationships? When you build relationships, is one of the things you have to acknowledge is sort of personal bias in that?
Well, I'm sure we all have some sort of personal bias, but if I can again use this library as an example, because in the beginning there was a lot of conflict surrounding that library and within that library with maybe not, of course, these are children, so there weren't any right-wing groups or anything like that, but there were troubled children and sort of gangs who created a very unhealthy atmosphere. And so and it was very stressful, of course, for the staff. But they decided, okay, we need to create a safe space. That's the first. There needs to be some ground rules, and after that, they try to come into dialogue with the kids, with the parents, with the police, and so on and so forth. So I think if the library should be a facilitator for participation and all these kinds of wonderful things it can be, first of all, it needs to be considered a safe environment in different sense of the word, but at least that no one feels threatened. And I know that Kira will talk more about this in the next session, but it needs to be inclusive in the sense that that doesn't really make anyone feel unsafe, like really unsafe, because then they won't be able to participate but again, now I'm talking about a children's library, but I think also grown-ups need a safe space when they want to come to the library, and the example you mentioned, Frank, is very interesting. We have some similar examples from Norway with sort of right-wing or groups that want to use the library as a sort of scene for their opinions, so it's a very complex environment. And I agree with you, Johanna, who mentioned that this is maybe not always one way of resolving everything. We need to sort of consider the community and different aspects of the different issues that comes up.
So we're headed quickly, unfortunately, to the end of this session. So I want to give everyone a sort of last chance on what do you think we should take away from your work, your papers, or even this conversation. So actually, if you don't mind, I will start with Patricia. What is it that we should think about from your perspective on neutrality and librarianship?
I don't have like a Savina, I think is that the name, but I don't have like the results of our investigation because it's like a part of the big work. So right now we are just have all accumulating all the work that is done, less than 200 papers, and only 2 really relevant. It's a few papers, it's only 2, it's like a 0 kind of way. So we don't have enough information about the librarians and the libraries in the Society 5.0, and that is, I think, is like a problem, because we are in the Society 5.0, we are in the technologies, we are around people that have an open mind, kind of way. So like Frank said, when someone transgender is reading a book and the community or other people are outside manifesting their opinion, I think we need to moderate that kind of opinions and be in the middle, but with an open mind. And I think it's something that is very important in the libraries and in the librarian lives. And there is only few librarians in the world have an open mind and accept that to be moderating that kind of information and that kind of community kind of way.
Great, thank you. Johanna, do you want some last comments and thoughts for us to take away?
Yeah, so with humility, because I just started my career as a librarian, but what I could say is that I think that connections between field actions and concepts, may they be philosophical, sociological, economic, is essential, whether it concerns neutrality, legitimacy, or any other topic. And I'd say that the current process of test and trial that we can witness through research or readings opens up a whole range of possibilities, and that ultimately librarians and library users are responsible in a way for defining what they could do in the future. And as it was just said, there is not one answer. And so I was thinking that perspective, if I further my research on that project, I think I would try to use the methodology of action research just to try to confront concepts with the field and get a better grasp of what full legitimacy could mean in a specific context, because as I said earlier, there's not only one answer. And I would just finish with the idea that for me, the libraries can work on their cognitive legitimacy, that is to say, on what they represent for people or two people. And because users have to deal with a great variety of representations, like it's not easy to define what a library is today. And I think there is something we can work on just together through reporting, consultations, surveys, and through the work you're doing now. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Frank, what do you want to leave us with?
Well, first of all, that I do support the notions that Patricia and Joanna just voiced. I think in this day and age with a lot of opinion conflict, and people not wanting to accept the viewpoints of others, and maybe it's hard to say, but it might have been augmented by social media. I think the role of librarians, public librarians, as community conversation directors, so to speak, is more important than ever. And it's also something that it takes a lot of energy to keep the place safe. And but on the other hand, if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
Very good, very good. Sunava, what would you like to leave us with?
Well, I would like to just say that I think this is a very important issue to talk about, the role of the librarians in terms of developing communities. But what does that actually mean? So my exploration of this, I hope, will maybe not bring so much new information to librarians themselves who are working in this context, but maybe it could inform LIS educators and sort of raise an awareness of not just the public libraries' role in improving communities, but also the librarians' role. So we give something more to our students who are walking into this quite challenging territory when they are graduated.
Well, thank you all very much. And just as a way of summarizing, I think what I've heard, and actually I'll pick on library science education because many of us are in that role. As we're preparing librarians for this contentious environment, and as we shift to the notion that they are building relationships instead of executing transactions, they're building collections, but as tools to help a community learn. When they're creating these kinds of programming, I think it's going to be incumbent upon us to figure out, once again, how do we prepare people for that? I think a lot of time, the notion was we could train skills, and I apologize. I know this was in one of the papers, I believe it was yours, Sunava, which is the soft skill notion that, we can train them how to catalog and we can train them this, but can we train them basically how to be a interesting person to talk to? And what I'm hearing is that yes, and we need to, and this notion of building a relationship, there are things, once again, I took from the different types of legitimacy. There's pragmatic and cognitive and moral issues we can talk about. We can talk about the outcomes that we're trying to do, and we can talk about what does it mean when we say safe space and creating a safe space. What does that mean? And how do we come to, and I love this, how do we come to agreement on what that is, even if the agreement is not to agree on certain things? So with that, I just want to say thank you very much to the panelists. I want to thank very much the conversants as well. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Kitze.
I'm just the music and coffee person. So again, we will go ahead and take another 15-minute break, and then we will reconvene for our final session and closing remarks at 12:55. So we will see you all back here then. All right, everyone, welcome back. This has really been flying by, but we are actually at our last session of the day. And so I am going to now turn it over to our next moderator, and we're going to be talking about post-neutrality and how that operates in an in-communities context. So I'll go ahead and stop my screen share and go ahead and let the moderator introduce the panelists.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So this is the last panel of this fantastic morning. I'm Jorge do Prado. I'm the president of Brazilian Federation of Library Associations, Information Scientists, and the Institutions, and I will moderate this panel. The name of this panel is In Communities Panel, How Post-Neutrality Operates in Various Group and Community Contexts. We have 4 panelists to conversation. The first of all is, Tammy Blumenfield. She is Special Projects Coordinator at University of South Carolina School of Information Sciences, Key Gee Scholar of Ethnology, Yunnan University School of Ethnology and Sociology, and Adjunct Research Assistant Professor at University of New Mexico, Department of Anthropology. Welcome, Tommy. The next is Kira Del Mar. Kira recently completed a BA in Library Information Science at Oslo Metropolitan University, where the BA thesis research involved conducting a national survey on LGBTQAI+ individuals' experience with and attitudes towards public libraries in Norway. They are originally from the United States and previously earned a BA from Pomona College and a Master of Philosophy from the University of Cambridge, both on early modern history. They currently work part-time as a school library in the Oslo area and hope to continue as independent researcher working on issues related to library science for queer communities. Welcome, Kira. The next, Annie Sophie Bollerup. She is research assistant at the Department of Communication, University of Copenhagen, and teaching on BA program Information Studies. Your research interests included activism and neutrality in the library, democracy, social responsibility, and legitimacy in and cultural institutions. Welcome, Annie Sophie. And here, Mia. Welcome, Mathiasson. Mia is currently working as a postdoc at the Department of Communication, University of Copenhagen, as part of the research project Upscaling Sustainable Collaborative Consumption Using Public Libraries, founded by the Norwegian Research Council. Her research interests cover the history and development of public libraries, especially questions concerning the social role and responsibilities of jazz institutions, such as librarians working proactively with community engagement, sustainable development, and partnerships. And your partner, the Professor Henrik Johansen. He is associate professor at the Department of Communication in University of Copenhagen. He has done extensive research on public libraries, including library spaces, partnerships between the library and the surrounding community, and the development of new competencies among librarians. Within the last years, he has been engaged in the research project on PUBI, archives, libraries, and museums as public sphere institutions, and the research project Upscale, Sustainable Collaborative Consumption using Public Libraries. Henrique has written several books and articles on the public library, and he often participates as a consultant in connection with library projects and the new library buildings. So welcome for everyone. We have an agenda with some questions, and I have other questions before the reading of your abstracts and your papers. And I invite everyone here in this room and in YouTube channel to contribute with some comments and questions, okay? So, my first question is, what is the problem work identifies? So we can start with Tammy, please.
Thank you so much, Jorge. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And as you know, the coordinator, one of the coordinators of the conference, it's just such a pleasure to hear all of your ideas after working so hard to just make sure everyone's included. In terms of my own project, I'm really interested in the intersections between critical cultural heritage studies and archival practice. And I'm an anthropologist. I've done a lot of work in a Southwest China community where I've been working in that place since 2001. And somewhere around 2010, I went back and all of a sudden people were talking about intangible cultural heritage. In Chinese, it's a very clunky term. It's Fei Wuzhi Wenhua Yichan. And usually phrases are maybe 2 to 4 characters, and this is just a long series of mouthful. It's an idea that when you start to go in and identify people as intangible cultural heritage transmitters, that's a highly political act. It often has less to do with who's connected, less to do with who is really an intangible cultural, person who has this amazing legacy and really who doesn't. And more to do with who's connected to the institutions that are in charge of designating this kind of heritage. And so to really quickly jump over to the information institutions, I think with archival collection practices, we see a similar kind of arbitrary designation of what counts as heritage, which often intersects with donor agendas and kind of institutional racism and the legacies of how the institutions came about and who they were really designed to serve. So if we try to think about, on the one hand, how we can move toward a different, more expansive view of what counts as heritage, and on the other hand, how we both designate and maybe shouldn't designate so much, like whose heritage matters more, we move away from saying, okay, we've got a strict definition of what is and isn't worthy of belonging in the institution, and more toward a perspective which says, well, okay, nothing really must be here. It's all completely arbitrary. We can take a critical studies approach to say, well, all information is, it's manufactured, it's impermanent, all this. And then really just say, if that's the case, well, then we should go to a more inclusive and expansive practice. And number one, really try to build on these community connections to see which voices are being excluded and bring them in. And number two, at the same time to say not everybody's voice needs to be openly accessible online. As things are digitized and collections are made accessible to more people, there can be some real danger, I think, as we've heard for some of the previous panels. There's certain voices, if they get, too easily accessible to other people, that causes some damage. So drawing on in lessons from some of the indigenous communities with systems like Mukutu, which restrict access to certain people, not necessarily saying we should go back to an age where everyone needs to climb to the 4th story of the library to the archival space and put on special gloves to handle the materials. But maybe it should be a little bit more difficult than just doing a web search. Maybe you have to register. Maybe you have to ask for permission to access certain stories. So It's a lot to say, short time to do it, but I'll stop there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tammy. In advance, please, Kira. What's the problem you're working in space? Yes.
Yeah, my work identifies quite a few problems. It was a very wide-ranging survey, but the one that I'll focus on today is this tension between libraries as part of the democratic public sphere and as safe spaces. For those who were listening in the previous session, this is some of what Frank Hausmans was talking about as well. So I hope I can bring something new to the topic. We see both of these theoretical approaches to the library come up again and again in LIS research, where on the one hand, we have the library as a Habermasian public sphere institution where private people come together as a public for rational debate that forms public opinion. And along the same lines here in Norway, we have Ragnar Audunsen's concept of the library as a low-intensive meeting place. He describes this as a place with a potential of making us visible to one another across social, ethnic, generational, and value-based boundaries. Which is a really central concept here. And these together, this is really the dominant paradigm in Norway when we look at public libraries and how they function in society. So that's on the one side. And then on the other hand, in the international LIS research, we often see the library as described as being for all or for everyone and as being a safe space for marginalized people. And I know that safe space has become a really loaded term. So here I'm defining it as a space where marginalized individuals can reasonably expect not to meet discrimination, harassment, or harm due to their identity. Both of these ways of thinking about libraries are often sort of stated as givens. Libraries just are, or at least are supposed to be, both of these things, which I don't think acknowledges the inherent tension between them. If we claim libraries as public sphere institutions, we're assuming that everyone is free to speak and that the better argument is going to win the day, which doesn't always take into account power dynamics or histories of marginalization, all of those things. And in claiming libraries as safe and as inclusive spaces, we're assuming that harmful speech doesn't occur in the library. And we're also taking for granted something that we actually don't have a lot of data to back up, and that some of the data that we do have often calls into question. So I don't think this tension is being adequately addressed, particularly here in the Nordic countries. And I think it will really require a transition to post-neutrality paradigm for librarians. That's sort of not something that I see happening here yet in my limited experience with the library world in Norway so far. So yeah, that's the problem that my work identifies. I'll stop there.
Perfect, Kira. The next is Annie, please.
Yes, thank you. So in the spring, I was working on my master's thesis in information studies and cultural communication at University of Copenhagen. And this paper for the symposia draws on some of the findings and the results from that work. And what I was interested in and still am is this field of tension between neutrality on one side and this dominating story about the library as this neutral institution, and this activism on the other hand, where libraries more and more take an active stand instead of just providing materials, but also is taking a stand, doing things, and I was interested in this clash of interests and how these two sides, you can say, meet, and what that means for the library. And I interviewed some progressive librarians and library staff, and what was some of the results and some of the most interesting points that I would like to discuss today is this paradox really between neutrality and activism, because even though there's a lot to disagree on when you are either advocate for neutrality or opponent, both sides really share the same goal. They want a library for all. And so it's quite interesting that we spend a lot of time on discussing whether or not to be neutral or if it's possible, and we talk about neutrality and post-neutrality, also this symposia topic. But I think it's quite interesting that if we dive deep and if we take a step back, even though we disagree on a lot of things, there is this paradox between wanting the same thing but not agreeing on like the method or the way to get there in creating a library for all. Because neutrality can both be seen as a tool and an obstacle, and both be viewed as something that is inclusive and something that is exclusive, really. Yeah, but let's discuss that further on. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. And last, Mia and Eric, please.
Yes, thank you, Sjors. First and foremost, I would like to emphasize that our paper is sort of more conceptual paper. Our point of departure is that historical discussions about the social roles of librarians often focus on questions of neutrality and personal identity, professional identity. But recently, of visions of librarians as so-called radical positive change agents, especially in the work of Lankes, have influenced and shaped such discussion, raising new questions about neutrality or post-neutrality, professional agency, and personal and political ideologies. An example for us is the current focus on libraries and librarians as change agents and drivers of change in relation to the UN 2030 agenda worldwide. We see it in IFLA agendas, we see it in conferences, networks, task forces, etc. Our aim with our paper is to contribute to a nuanced discussion of neutrality and post-neutrality by first expanding our understanding of the librarian as a radical positive change agent, and secondly, informing future discussions about the proactive role of librarians working for change. And as means, we introduce the concepts of activism and social entrepreneurship as a theoretical framework for future work and discussions, and we highlight similarities and differences between the concepts of the change agents, the activist and the social entrepreneur. To guide our paper, we ask the following two questions. First, how can we expand our understanding of the librarian as a radical positive change agent using the concepts of activism and social entrepreneurship? And second, what are the similarity and the differences between the change agent, the activist, and the social entrepreneur, and how might these concepts add to our understanding of the librarian's role as a radical positive change agent? Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. I would like to say that the title of your paper, Working for a Better World, is the model of my my time as president of Brazilian Federation of Library Associations. Is the same, Working for a Better World, and we are working with SDG of Agenda 2030, Science 2016. And it's really interesting working with this concept of activism. Here in Brazil, we're working more the concept of advocacy.
Yeah, but let's keep in touch about that because that's interesting.
Thank you. So we have more questions, so please. The next is, what do your findings and observations and appointments that you tell us about the future of libraries and librarianship as related to the symposia topic of post-neutrality? So we start with Tammy, please.
Thank you. I think as many of these papers have emphasized, and Bill Crowley at the beginning of the day was an interesting, provocative opening for this. You know, everything is political. All of these processes are political, and while the degree to which things have become politicized may be extreme right now, anytime you're taking someone's voice, someone's ideas, someone's materials, and sharing them with someone else, that's a political process. And so, to go back to the intangible cultural heritage designation process in China, China has an outsized voice in the United Nations, and in the process of designating and voting on which applications count as being of universal value, there are some countries which have more powerful sway than others. When really, I mean, if we were to try to take any of your institutions and decide which of the materials are really valuable, it's a very impossible task unless you kind of go to, the political aspects of it. Which is not to say that there are no criteria that could be used, but just to kind of take that step back and say, okay, this is all just according to our politics in a way. And then I just wanted to highlight a couple interesting practices. There's been a movement of, there's a group called Blackavists, and also an organization called Archives for Black Lives, which both of them have come up with recommendations about how to take materials and archives and really, foreground the activist and kind of reparation role that they can serve. So another author that I want to just highlight her work, Anna Robinson Sweet, has talked about archivists as truth and reparation activists. So, to go to the question of how does this relate to post-neutrality, we really, I feel like, have to abandon the idea of neutrality because it's impossible. And then if you do realize, so she gave the example of South African archivists who actually had a lot of the documentation related to documenting where injustices had occurred. Do the archivists just sit on that and wait for someone to ask for those materials? Or do they take a more proactive role and say, this is what we have, this is what we need to share, and this is how we can do our part to address some inequities? I think this and the Archives for Black Lives, I don't want to misname it, and the other kind of activist archivists are really emphasizing we have a role to play here. We cannot just sit back and curate the materials, because they are really important in serving as this collective memory. And at the same time, they also are fragmentary. Any materials we have are fragmentary. So leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Tammy. Kira, Fidelis?
Yeah. I am going to get to the question that you asked kind of in the next round as the closing thoughts, because I would really like to first talk a little bit about what my actual findings are, since this is based on a quantitative study that received, it's a set of surveys that received just over 1,000 responses. So I just want to talk a little bit about those results, and then I'll bring it back around to how that relates to the topic in the next section. So among many other questions, I asked both queer and cisgender heterosexual participants to respond to statements like, I always feel I can be completely myself at the library, and I always feel welcome and safe at the library. And I also included statements about whether or to what extent people worry or wonder about how they'll be treated by library staff, or whether they're being judged by fellow patrons. So kind of getting at that minority stress concept. And if you look at the figures in the supplementary materials document that's on the Scholar Commons site, I hope you'll have a chance to look at some of those charts. You can see how the responses break down. And I want to draw attention to that statement. I always feel that I can be completely myself at the library. If you look at figure 1 in that, those who strongly agreed, cisgender heterosexual respondents were almost 3 times as likely as trans respondents to say they could always bring their whole selves to the library. That's a really significant gap with some major implications. And there's also quite a pronounced trend that in regions of Norway where cis-het patrons feel more free to be themselves, queer patrons feel correspondingly less free to do so. And the qualitative responses that go along with this suggest that many queer folks are intentionally toning down their queer expression or going stealth in public, including at the public library, specifically in order to avoid being read as queer by other patrons. So when we have majorities of this relatively large group in society who don't feel they can be themselves and don't feel safe being visible, this really calls into question that view of the library as a low-intensive meeting place that functions to make us visible to each other across differences. So if people are not safe to be visible, that's not something that the library is contributing to. So, and in looking at some of the other figures and results, we can also see that this isn't a phenomenon that's specific to queerness. It's also true for other axes of marginalization, though probably in some different ways and with different mechanisms. But so in general, just to wrap up, we see that queer and especially trans patrons feel less safe at the library, feel less able to be ourselves at the library. We're significantly more likely to worry about how we will be met or perceived by both library staff and fellow patrons. And this does not make the library sound like a particularly safe space, although it may still be safer than other public spaces, which many respondents pointed out. And it also doesn't seem like a great recipe for an open dialogue or debate between individuals on an even footing, which is what that Habermasian public sphere concept of the library sort of expects. Yeah, so I'll leave it there and then come back to your actual question in the next round.
Thank you, Kira. So exciting, our team. And Annie, please.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the question of the future of libraries and librarians, in the paper, I try to twist the discussion, and I attempt, because I think most of well, both in literature and in interviews I did in this analysis, the question of neutrality quickly becomes this question of black and white, or to be or not to be, and I don't think that is the important discussion we should have. And instead, I try to twist this discussion, and instead of asking ourselves, is it possible, or should we not, can we, in terms of neutrality and library, we should instead ask ourselves and discuss what values we want our library to reflect. And the title of my paper is called Revisiting the Ideal of Neutrality, and I chose that title because I think there's also so much to learn from the ideal of neutrality, and I don't think it's productive to just toss that and just say we're in this new era and now we don't believe in neutrality anymore, because there's much to learn from it and to be built upon. And if we instead discuss the values we want for our libraries and how we can create a library that reflects those values, I think that's a much more productive discussion to have. And in that way, maybe we can find some kind of compromise between these two sides, really. And I think we should ask ourselves when the ideal of neutrality serves these values, and the ideal serves the values of that every patron gets the same treatment or guidance, but maybe the ideal does not serve these values when people feel excluded. So I think if we twist the discussion to be a discussion of values, I think we can maybe meet in the middle, or at least somehow get closer than these two sides being against each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. And now we are with Mia and Enrique.
Yes, thank you. And again, I would like to stress that our findings and observations are more of a conceptual observation character. And we, in the paper, we discussed again the terms the activist and the social entrepreneur against ideas of the librarian as a radical positive change agent as defined by Lanke. So I won't go into that, but I want to focus a little bit on what we find out about the term activism. And broadly, we define it as any activities guided by the wish to achieve social or political change. In this, we see that activism is always ideological and never neutral when it comes to ideas about the good. And it's driven by personal motivations. And thus, it is personal. We focus on a concept called insight activism by Hussing and Olson, and it's a really interesting concept, especially in terms of the work we do in upscale, because they also have this concept of green insight activism. But let's just focus on insight activism. Here they stress that it's important to acknowledge the agency and power of public officials, such as librarians, to understand not only how they can affect change, but also why they do it, why they do what they do, and what drives them. And thus, the concept of insight activism helps us operationalize ideas about activism within public organizations, libraries, and acknowledge librarians' creative political agency in this role. And understanding librarians as insight activists also help us identify and discuss problematic dichotomies, such as the ones Sophie mentions, but also such as dichotomies between public and private, inside and outside, public officials, local authority, and institutions versus agency. And over to you, Henrik.
Yes, and I would like to add a few words regarding the social entrepreneur. We adhere to the description of the social entrepreneurship as a catalyst for social transformation that creates innovative solutions to immediate social problems and mobilizes the ideas, capacities, resources, and social arrangements required for sustainable social transformations. And furthermore, in social entrepreneurship, change is effected by a social change agent, understood as an individual who influences clients' innovations decisions in a direction deemed desirable by a change agency. Such social agents are referred to as social entrepreneurs. And the social entrepreneur, in our view, is also a sort of more moral agent driven by personal morality and values. And if we look at the social entrepreneurial librarian, we see the social entrepreneurial librarian as motivated both by personal passion and the needs of patrons. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Just reading the chat and the YouTube channel. Have not some questions, but I have. My first question is to Kira. Could you explain from the perspective of your research, which of the aspects, products or services of the library that are less close to the study public, and how can we work to improve those aspects?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the second half of the question. Which of the services were? And
what the services are less close to the studied public, the public that you study in your research. What is less more from the public?
Are less closed to them?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
I don't know if your research have this point about the services and products, because I read in your abstract that have some distance about your public and the library.
I'm sorry, I'm just really not getting what the question is. Can I, were we going to do the third round with the final thoughts wrapping up, or?
Okay, no problem.
Sorry. Yeah, I had kind of a third section to talk about to kind of wrap up what I was saying before questions. Do you want to start with Tammy, or should I go ahead and do mine?
Here, I think we're breaking from the script a little bit, so let's just, it's fine.
Okay. So I'll just talk a little bit about getting back to the question that you answered in the previous round. So right now we have this public sphere approach that's making libraries unsafe spaces for many marginalized groups, and the safe space approach is often framed as limiting speech, and I have my own feelings about that argument. But as for how to address this, I think the way that the Habermasian view of the library, which is the dominant paradigm here in Norway, is problematic in many ways. But if we actually go to some of Habermas's more recent work, he has these 4 prerequisites for ultimately achieving a functioning public sphere that I think are not coming into the conversation enough. And those are that no one capable of making a relevant contribution has been excluded, that participants have an equal voice, that they are internally free to speak their honest opinion without deception or self-deception, and that there are no sources of coercion built into the process and procedures of discourse. So those are really a departure from kind of the everyone says their thing and the best argument wins. And if the library as a meeting place and space for debate could actually live up to these ideals, I think that would go a long way toward creating a safe space for marginalized patrons. So I think the 2 theoretical approaches that I've identified as being in tension can be compatible. But we can't just assume that they're compatible or that we've already gotten there. We need to be asking, how do we make sure that no one is excluded? How do we work toward a society where it's possible for participants to have truly equal voices? And I think that answering those questions will require a post-neutrality stance. It's not enough to claim that we're being neutral by providing an equal debate platform to a trans person and a transphobe, for example. Those are not equal in terms of power. We can't say that the library is safe and inclusive without actually asking patrons whether they feel safe and included, which seems really obvious, but my study is, to my knowledge, the first time that queer Norwegians have ever been asked that question. So if the library is going to serve as a public sphere institution and a place for debate and the formation of public opinion, I'd love to see for librarians to move away from the both sidesism and the idea that debate and discussion needs to give a platform to opposing sides of an issue, even when one side's rhetoric is actively harmful and contributing to making the library unsafe for marginalized patrons. So in other words, looking less at equality in terms of equal time at the microphone and more at equity, as in making sure that the library platform is a genuinely safe one where people feel safe speaking up, in addition to working toward social justice aims in a wider societal context. Because even if we make the library into a perfect space, the world outside the library doesn't provide an equal platform.
Thank you, Kira. Anyone here in this room can do some question to the panelists? Eric? Your microphone, please.
If I may just add a comment to Kira, because I find your work really interesting, exciting, thought-provoking, because I am, so to speak, born and raised with Habermas, and especially Ragnar Autosson, who is actually my hero and my idol, his concept of low-intensive meeting places. And this has also been sort of my point of departure. And I think your work, when I read your analysis, it really sort of broadened my mind and gave me a new perspectives on this social sphere and low-intensive meeting space. And this is really interesting. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
One more question? Okay. I have a question from channel here in chat. How do you help empower LGBTQI folks to feel more safe, welcome in libraries? I think that's too clear.
Yeah, I want to give up my time to some other people, but I can put a couple of links in the chat because I have written a couple of blog posts about this and have a video about that. So I'll put some links in the chat for that person, but there's also Reese asked a question for Henrik, if you want to go on to that one maybe.
Thank you, Kira. Annie?
Yeah, just short to that question. I think like you asked for day-to-day tips, like practical tips. And I think, first of all, one can maybe look of these values that I talked about. What do we put on our shelves? What do our arrangements, events invite to? What audience are we talking to? And maybe in order to be for everyone, sometimes you have to be for the fewer. So maybe you can't always create an event or something that will be for everyone, and maybe that's okay sometimes if that means that a minority or a non-user, or what should we call them, an LGBTQI+ person feels welcome. So maybe we can take that for all and hide that just for one day maybe, or one night, or one event, because there's plenty of other things for every people. I mean, not everyone used the library the same way, and maybe that's okay.
We have only more 10 minutes to finish our panel. The organization team, tell me about it now. So the final question is your final thoughts and the ideas about the post-neutrality and the relation with this topic and your work. Henrik, Mia, we have a question for you. So in this final thoughts, if you can answer this question, please.
Yes, I can try, but perhaps I will start by saying that we actually had the discussion about entrepreneurship as rooted in this business environment and neoliberal, as they say in the comment here. However, we don't see it. We don't see social entrepreneurship as necessarily conflicting with ideas about. For instance, activism and the positive change agent, because as we mentioned in the paper, there's a lot of similarities between Lanke's idea about the proactive positive change agent, the activist, and the social entrepreneur, and this is the basis upon which we build. But our final thoughts and ideas, we want to conclude that the concept of the change agent, the activist, and the social entrepreneur all aim to change the current situation and to achieve something better. Thus, it's important that any critical examination of these concepts and their influence on librarianship poses the questions about what is good, what is positive, and what is better. And with a reference to Wenzler, who we refer to in the paper, it's critical whether the librarian is neutral when it comes to different conceptions of what is good. And that's his point of view. Therefore, in relation to the question above, we feel inclined to ask whether one can be neutral in the conceptions, whether one can really be neutral in the conception of what is good. And ultimately, we ask if working for radical positive change conflicts with library professionalism, or if it's in fact is a precondition for library professionalism. And this, as indicated by Anne-Sophie and also by Kira and others, is perhaps not a question of either or, but rather requires a more complex and nuanced understanding and discussion of neutrality.
Thank you, Mia. Henrik?
Yeah, I just want also to add on something to Reese, who posted the question. I have been teaching entrepreneurship in a list context for several years now, and I really don't see it as a sort of neoliberal context. For me, entrepreneurship is about creating value, And this value might be economical, it might be cultural, or it might be social. So it's only about creating value and being innovative and trying to actually do some actions with your innovations, trying to do something, trying to create something. So I would like to take the concept and really pull it out of this sort of neoliberal or new public management context. Yes.
Thank you. Tammy, our final thoughts, please.
Yeah, it's so hard to distill into just a moment, but I want to go back to a conversation in the chat where our esteemed Crosby Kemper was asking about some of the atrocities that are happening in China, and brings up a really good point. Like, how can we think about the process of designating intangible cultural heritage or even World Heritage sites when China is doing all kinds of things in Xinjiang and Tibet that a lot of people find really reprehensible. And we had a little conversation in the chat about, what counts as objective truth. And, China can go right back to the US and say, look at all the violations and all the horrible things that you are doing when you have, just an intense structural racism and systemic violence against minoritized communities. Not that it's, it's a complicated conversation, but very much the point taken that we all have our own, atrocities and ways of doing things that I think we would best, discard. So just to really, I think, be humble about where we are as people, as individuals, and also as representatives of institutions, and just to do our best to take an ethical approach to being more inclusive, and at the same time recognizing that even if we go with open arms to a community and say, hey, we want to include your voice in the archives, there's just a lot of hurt and even distrust and maybe even hatred that comes with those kinds of historical relationships. So just being very mindful of that. And I think it was Sunniva earlier in the day who talked about just everything is relational, and it's not so much about the things in the institution, but it's about the relationships with the people in the community, which of course is a core fundamental idea of new librarianship. So really trying to take a step back and say, okay, how can we really create a relationship with these communities? There was an interesting example I came across where they talked about a university group where the university librarians actually went to, they each like designated a student group that they would become part of, because that was the best way for them to get the pulse of what's going on with the students, what's the core and key ideas and concerns that they have, that then they can bring those voices and perspectives both into their collection development policies and also the programming that they do as a library and as an institution. So I think just to close with that, to really listen and be humble, and as an anthropologist, I'd be remiss without saying, to go and do some good ethnography and find out, spend some time not only in your own institution, but also in the spaces where people who don't come to your institution are hanging out. And so I'll wrap there. Thank you so much, everyone, for the questions.
Thank you, Tammy. Annie, please.
Well, I sort of think I have said what I wanted, and so if there's any more question for the other panelists, then please go ahead.
Kida, please, your final thoughts and ideas.
That was what I ended up saying before were my final thoughts and ideas. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at handling going off script on the fly. So yeah, if there are any other questions.
Mia, please, we have only 2 minutes.
Yeah, then I just want to add that one of the final thoughts and ideas would also be to be very to acknowledge your role as a researcher in this regard when we talk about neutrality and post-neutrality and ideas about what is good. Of course, we also have ideas about what is good when we are researchers. So I just wanted to throw that into the soup, as mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Mia. So thank you so much for this panel. I would like to David and Vanessa to closing remarks of this first series of new Librarianship Symposia. Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much. I'll ask Vanessa to join us. She's busy behind the scenes making sure everything's working.
Yes, so I am here. So we have some closing remarks first from Crosby Kemper, who is the director of IMLS, and then we'll follow those up with some closing remarks from Dave Blankies. So first, let's start with Crosby Kemper. Crosby, you can take it away.
You're muted, sir.
Right. Yeah, sorry, just having a hard time getting to the button. So thanks very much. And I'll try and be quick. David gave me 10 minutes, and I usually, when I get that, I usually take 20 or 25. So I'll try and be faster about this. But I think the concept of post-neutrality, which I Googled, and net neutrality is what comes up. When you Google post-neutrality, it doesn't exist as a concept out there. So I've been thinking about what it means. And I think about whether or not there was a pre-neutrality era, an era of neutrality, and a post-neutrality era in the library world. In my library experience, there wasn't a lot of neutrality in the sense of not being afraid of advocacy. And it goes back to actually an era in the Kansas City Public Library. I'm talking about my time in Kansas City Public Library. In the 19th century, when James Greenwood, who was the founding father of the library, engaged in conversations in the community about issues in the community. They were famed Greenwood conversations. He was his mentor was a guy named William Torrey Harris, who created St. Louis school system, did the same, and the Dewey Decimal System is based on his work, by the way. And they were very engaged at a national level. They helped write the Committee of 10 report, which advocated for liberal arts education for every child at a time when maybe 1% of children were going on to college, which was the definition of a liberal arts education. So I'm not sure that advocacy hasn't always been a part of public libraries, some public libraries, and some public library leaders. I think that one of the real questions here that we've talked about in this session's most recent session and in earlier sessions, Marta said something about this at the very beginning, and it was in something I saw from David about the outline of the whole session, which is whether or not there are objective facts, objective truths. One person today used the phrase cognitive legitimacy, which I really like a lot. I'm going to be using that myself. And I will say that, and then there was a definition earlier today by Bill Crowley of that seemed to have a factual and objective factual basis. He said white identity is how conservatives define themselves today. And then conservatives try to define liberals by critical race theory. And I thought, well, that's drawing an interesting distinction that there is an objective view of how liberals or people on the left, progressives, look at conservatives, but there is no such thing as an objective view of what the left is. I'm not sure that doesn't indicate a problem of underlying bias in the progressive view of the world. When I was at the Kansas City Public Library, we challenged a lot of folks in the community, and we used the community and engaged with the community in 150 different ways or 200 different ways. Lois Lowry's The Giver was challenged in a couple of school districts. We had Lois Lowry come and talk at the library. We had John Hope Franklin come, and he talked about Tulsa, and he talked about his experience in the 1940s going to Alabama, Louisiana, North Carolina libraries to do his original dissertation research, and that was in the Jim Crow era, of course. we created a whole project around tax increment financing and its impact on schools, libraries, the African American and Hispanic communities in Kansas City. We helped reestablish the Black Archives of Mid-America and worked at 18th and Vine with the Negro Leagues Museum and the National Jazz Museum. We did things on urban farming, civil rights history of Kansas City, adult literacy, homelessness. We were the center for both programs in the city. We created an immigration facility inside the library, an immigration librarian. We created a program around police, crime, and community. We brought up the issue of eviction, made it an issue in the mayoral race. Most importantly, we supported a guy, as I wanted to call him, our activist in residence, a guy named Alvin Sykes. And Alvin became one of the most important people in creating the Emmett Till bill and the creation of the cold case section of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. Now, Alvin decided he wanted to be called the scholar in residence at the Kansas City Public Library, so we called him that. And you can go to our website and read an essay on Alvin's work. I believe in advocacy and activism in the library. We did a lot of it. The largest single program in terms of audience that we ever did. You could call it entertainment, you could call it activism, you could call it welcoming to the people who are not considered welcome, as we were talking about in the previous session. But the largest single program we ever did was we had the last program of the year-long program of Queer Eye that was in Kansas City, and they delivered their review of the season to an audience in the library, which was filmed, of course, as part of Queer Eye. So we certainly didn't reject anybody. We tried to make everybody feel comfortable. But I also do believe that there are objective truths. I think that we don't live in a golden age of our public spaces in the library unless we can bring people together around the use of information. I think the information professional is exactly what we need to be. I would suggest, because I think that we're all, am I having a problem here? Mute myself. I think we're all having a problem with bias. I think we all want to look at other people and their biases. I would suggest that you read a book called The Constitution of Knowledge by Jonathan Rauch, and another book, Breaking the Social Media Prism by Chris Bale, who runs the Polarization Project at Duke. Among other things, they're very good on the subject of bias. There's a list of biases, a 2-page list of biases that's similar to Daniel Kahneman's list of the noises that prevent us from hearing each other in his work. And the Polarization Project that Chris Bale runs at Duke, among other things that he shows in his book, and Rauch talks about this in his book, that we're all subject to the extremism of the internet. And left as well as right. And of course, you can see that in the cancel culture, which Rauch talks about, in which there wasn't much talk about today. I didn't sit in on every minute of every session, but I didn't hear a lot about the cancel culture, and it's actually pretty large out there, as particularly Rauch shows in his book. And there are a couple other books I'd mentioned too: Factfulness by Hans Rosling, and Outnumbered, which is about algorithms, by David Sumter. Now, they'll challenge some of your biases. But I want to finish by talking just for a minute about the Realm project that we did at the IMLS, which is about reopening archives, libraries, and museums, which we did because we saw the CDC and Johns Hopkins, who we did webinars with at the beginning of the pandemic, didn't have the slightest idea what was going on and what the issues would be in libraries and museums. And so we did our own research, the research on fomites, surfaces, books, computers, et cetera. It informs the research that and the policies that the CDC has put out now on these issues. And the key thing here, the key thing to know about this is that we still don't know. We still don't know. Talk about objective truth. Trust the science, It's a bumper sticker. It's not the truth. We still don't know, as of today, what the infectious dose is of the coronavirus. We don't know. We have been able to narrow down the question of particles and droplets. It's particles, it's millimicron particles, which also means that we don't know much about the efficacy of masks. There's a lot of stuff out there about masks, pro and con. And what I would like is for us as librarians to understand the limits of knowledge and how experience can achieve some gradual enlightenment. I'm not a believer in the Habermas view of the public sphere, by the way. His history is not very good in my opinion, but I am a believer that the public sphere, Jonathan Rauch talks about this, I think, brilliantly. The public sphere is about bringing people together to try to discuss the facts together, and public knowledge is the most important knowledge we have because it's the knowledge we can agree on. I saw, and I'll finish pretty quickly here. I'm a reader of things on the right, so I read the Claremont Review and the Manhattan Institute stuff, the City Journal, and they just published 2 articles. One by John Tierney, who's a journalist that I've admired over the years, on masks and the research on masks, and one by a guy named Jeffrey Anderson, who ran the Bureau of Justice Statistics for the Justice Department in the Trump administration. You'd think these people they should know what they're doing. They both cite a Danish study that was done in April and May of 2020 on mask wearing, which shows no impact on the virus relative to a control group of people not wearing masks. They don't in these 2 articles that they've written, these 2 publications on the right. They don't mention the limitations of the study, which are pretty obvious when we get right down to it. Number one, it was over 2 months. That's hardly a longitudinal study, and it was in Denmark. And I won't go into all the reasons that doing a study like this in Denmark has no reality for, say, the United States. I'll just say that 80% of Danes self-identify as Lutherans, and that should be enough to explain that. The point is, of course, there are a huge number of variables in this. On the other hand, the most cited study, the most cited information in the New York Times, the Washington Post, et cetera, when they're looking at the question of mask wearing is an article in Nature from October of 2020, where they use as an example of why you should wear a mask a guy who was infected by the virus, who was on a plane in close to 25 people who didn't get it, but they were all wearing masks. And why is that? Why is that a problem? That's a problem because they were on an airplane. And from what we now know about the virus and the particles and mask wearing is the reason people don't get the virus on airplanes is because they change the air 30 times an hour on an airplane. It's the airflow is at least as significant, actually much more significant than mask wearing, which isn't to say you shouldn't wear a mask. Of course you should. There is some protection from a mask, but you're all probably, when you leave and go out in public today, you're going to be wearing a cloth mask, and there's lots of evidence that the virus actually sticks to a cloth mask. So you're not protecting yourself particularly well wearing a cloth mask. My point here is that there are objective truths. Sometimes it takes a long time to get there, and sometimes we need to have a public discussion that allows us to get there, and librarians should be good at that. It's historically what we've done. The discussion, the interesting discussion about the public sphere and Habermas and the principles around that, I would say that the important part of this in the library is that we understand what critical thinking really means. And critical thinking really means, among other things, self-questioning. It means, importantly, description and analysis, but it also always means self-questioning. And librarians, and particularly activist librarians, have been maybe less good at self-questioning than they ought to be. We need to encourage debate. We need to encourage face-to-face discussion, and we need to have agreement on facts in public. We need public discussion of what the facts are. So, for instance, our little discussion in the last session about China. It's important to note the difference between the the difference in terms of the anthropological questions in China and in the United States. Say we have our own horrors in the history of the United States, absolutely, but we talk about them. We talk about them in public. We have debates about them. We write books about them. In China, there are no debates about how they're treating the Tibetans or the Uyghurs. There is no public questioning. There's been a little bit, and then usually when it happens, the person who's raising the questions disappears. There's a huge difference in the public sphere in the United States versus the public sphere in China. And there's a big difference between what the ideal public sphere in the United States or Western Europe and the actual public sphere we have. And so I would urge you to have respect for opinions. I like Daniel Patrick Moynihan's statement. You're entitled to your own opinions, and we should respect other people's opinions. You're not entitled to your own facts, so we should investigate the facts. We should say there is no safe space. There should be a safe space for every individual, but there shouldn't be any safe spaces for facts. We should interrogate the facts, and we should make the facts uncomfortable until we know for sure that they're facts. That's my version of post-neutrality.
Thank you, Crosby. I really appreciate it. And I think that's and a very important voices to bring out. And I very much appreciate the notion of self-reflection. I think sometimes having been involved in libraries, as we all have been for a long time, people talk about navel gazing sometimes, so why can't we get to it? And I think in some ways we've swung the other way where we're so busy trying new things and that we don't take that self-reflective spaces. I mean, I hear that once again, that was a really interesting theme throughout the day. We heard it in the notion of legitimization. We heard the idea of how when we're being more connective and social, we have to really work and interrogate our own intentions and our own thoughts as well. I also very much appreciated, I think, throughout this day, the notion that advocacy and advocating for a common good and neutrality aren't necessarily directly linked, in the sense that at one level, if you're advocating for something, you're not neutral on it, but that doesn't mean that everyone doesn't think it's a good idea. And so I want to just quickly thank, because we're out of time, but to say thank you all for helping me think through this, to hopefully sharing these thoughts, both on the live stream and watching the comments and here. I certainly hope that you will join us next Thursday, once again at 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock. We're going to have a discussion around equity, diversity, and inclusion. The week after that, we'll be having a discussion about international issues and what about librarianship crosses borders. And then finally, we'll come together in the middle of November to discuss how we can really take these different ideas and move forward into an agenda of advocacy, into an agenda of research, into an invention, into continuing this ongoing conversation, and always linking it to what happens in practice. So with that, I want to once again thank IMLS for supporting us, Library of Congress for literally making this happen as we speak, all of our sponsors, and I want to thank Vanessa in particular and the editorial group who put together this session. So with that, thank you all very much, and I hope to see you next Thursday. Have a great day.